1, 2, check. 1, 2, check. Checking, 1, 2, checking.
David Artis. He's joining us from the UK. He's MES support lead for WordPress VIP, which is part of Automatic. He's got 30 years of support
media instead. And I asked, what's the things that plugin developers do that you wish they'd stop? And I got overwhelmed with one answer. So in the end, I started asking people, what's the one thing that you wish they'd avoid that isn't this one thing? So, my number one, the first thing up here, is that thing that I told people to stop talking about. Somebody voiced the exact same frustrations with a very similar looking dashboard. And this is what we hear from users. Now, this next one, I think is particularly good.
All right, thank you for that answer. I'm guilty of making another settings menu that says site settings as well. I've done that before. Don't do that either. That's very bad. Do we have any questions from the floor for David?
I do have, but where do I go?
Hang on.
Around the promotional side, I think is probably long. You know, just to talk about that alone would probably be longer than this talk could be. Anyway, it's a complicated question. But what I think I'm asking more for today is people to think about it when they're doing these things. You know, as I said, you know, that settings screen where you're only going to use it once and admin is just going to use it once. What was the point in all of that advertising, all of that clutter on that screen? For me, it was pointless. I don't think that served any purpose. You know, some of the banner advertising, that one which decided to duplicate itself 3 times, well, what's the point there? You know, kind of like, why did they not think that, you know, kind of like, you know, only do that the once? It's a duplicate of the same thing. It's just about thinking about how much of an impact that's having on the user experience and just making it a bit better. You know, if there's one thing I can ask from all this today is good. You know, we're not going to resolve all of this, but we can make it a little bit better than it is right now, and just give users, particularly the less experienced users, a slightly better experience than they get right now.
Thanks for the question. I seem to remember seeing something on track about a feature notification plugin to clear up admin notifications. I don't know if that's still... Things to be aware of, we've got a WP Connect session at 11:30. That's at the Trianti balcony on level 1. It's how to pitch your ideas to someone. That could be a company, client, or sponsor. That's with Morton and Miriam. And we've also got the first question of the day for the WordCamp game cards. So you should have a set of 4 postcards in your swag bag if you've picked it up. You can mingle. second session of the day. I'm your host, Matt. Please don't throw anything. We'll all be fine. So this is a 30-minute talk with 15 minutes of Q&A afterwards. I want to thank you very much for coming along to this talk. We had a secret volunteer vote last night, and track 3 was voted the best track. So you've chosen very wisely. Thank you for coming. Just a couple of general reminders. If you haven't picked up your swag from the swag table yet, that's at the info desk in the center of the expo area. We've got a community booth there as well, where you can discover how to get involved, because WordPress is all about community. It's all about everyone here pitching in and helping. We've got a contributing area on level 1 in the Trianti balcony as well. And if you haven't yet, please go and see our sponsors. Financially, they're the way in which we can make WordCamps happen and keep the costs down. So please go and see them, fill your bags with all their swag, and then go and see some more speakers. One more thing is just to remind you to have a look at the code of conduct if you haven't had a chance already, but basically boils down to be kind to one another. So we are on to our second talk of the day in this room. Aaron Ryman is going to talk us through where did we come from. And I'll just like to, as an aside, I got to see Matt Mullenweg and Mike Little on stage recently, and they both said, you know, WordPress just started with one comment and then one commit, and it's gone from there to here. So you never know what one comment is going to start. So Aaron's joining us from the US today, and he's going to take us through our roots, as an open source project with a history of WordPress. So please welcome to the stage, Aaron Ryman.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me? Oh, there we go. All right. Thank you. I'm probably going to forget I put this here. But anyway, all right. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak. It's been an exhausting couple days in Athens. I brought my eldest daughter with me, and we already did a lot of sightseeing. It's a gorgeous city. And I set a new record on my Fitbit, 30,000 steps in one day. So I'm exhausted. Oh, clapping, thank you. I'm from the U.S., from Atlanta, Georgia. I've been married for 24 years, and my wife and I have 4 kids. Like I said, I've got my oldest here, Lily. And I've been using WordPress full-time since 2008. I tinkered with it in 2005 because I needed a blog, so it was a good fit. I run an agency called Clockwork WP, and we build basically marketing websites. And we have 3 developers, 2 designers, and a project manager that is running the show very well, where I can travel and take some time off and come here. So it's pretty awesome. I'm also an organizer for WordCamp Atlanta. We have WordCamp Atlanta coming October, I think it's October 14th and 15th. So if you want to come to the US, you are welcome. All right, setting the scene here. How many of you guys were, guys, gals, whatnot, how many of you guys were developers in the year 2000, building websites? We've got a few. So a few of you are going to know the pains and the headaches of building websites back then. In 2001, I was working at basically it was basically a phone system company, but because it was a phone system company, they had fast pipes. The internet. They had T1s, T3s, and whatnot, and they also did web hosting. And they brought me in to help them out with maintaining all of these websites that had no functionality. They were just static marketing websites. Basically, if you buy a phone system, hey, we'll throw a website in there. And I just maintained the content, so static HTML. CSS wasn't even really a thing then. It was starting, but it wasn't really standardized yet. And while I was there working, a client came in and said, I need a website that will give me where I can list all of my properties. They owned properties in Colorado, and they needed to be able to upload images, needed to put the square footage of each property in there. So basically, looking back, sounds like a custom post type, with some extra metadata. But there wasn't a way to do that. The developer that we had on staff was too busy. He was doing ASP stuff. And so we brought a contractor in, and the contractor decided to use this new programming language called PHP. And once the project was completed, it was handed over to me, and I started learning PHP. And this was, pre-YouTube. Anytime I need to fix something today, I just go to YouTube, type in, how do I fix this plugin, or how do I fix this? Even how do I change the oil in my lawnmower, or whatever. We didn't have those things. I would go to Barnes & Noble, which is a bookstore, and I got a bunch of PHP and MySQL books, and I learned how to program, make the pages that I was maintaining more dynamic. And that kind of predated all of these frameworks that we have, like Django, Ruby on Rails, things like that, all those great tools. WordPress predates all of that stuff. So you're going to hear me talk about WordPress kind of in a negative light, and it's not because WordPress isn't any good, it's just it was really basic at the beginning. So anything I say in here that sounds negative, I've made a living off of WordPress ever since, so I'm not complaining in any way, form, or fashion. All right, so the early years. How many of you guys used WordPress before 2005? I see 2. That sounds about right. So WordPress is a fork of B2 or CafeLog, and it was discontinued by the original developers. And obviously, it didn't. At least its source didn't, die. It turned into WordPress, because of Matt and Mike and what they did. All right. So I don't understand. So the first version of WordPress was 0.7. I couldn't find a copy of 0.7. If you go to the website, go to wordpress.org, you won't see a 0.7, you'll see a 0.71. If anyone has the 0.7, let me know. I'd like to check that out too, see what the difference is. It's probably a typo or something that's the difference. Okay, so I decided, I took a bunch of screenshots instead of trying to set up. I figured here I'm not going to have a computer where I can give you a demonstration of WordPress on a living server. So I did screenshots, and it makes it probably a lot easier for me too, which is good. And so just because something is open source doesn't mean that it's going to be always easy to set up. I spent too much time trying to get a version of PHP 4.4 on a machine. I tried to go with a 2003 version of Debian, which is a Linux distro, and I kept failing. I would download an ISO, and it couldn't find all the packages. None of the packages I was looking for, I just couldn't find it. And so I wound up finding a version of Debian on the Wayback Machine, which hopefully it didn't have any viruses or anything in it. But I got it up and running, and eventually, after about like 3 hours of hacking at it, I got WordPress up and running, and it looked really ugly like this. This is what, This is what a browser looked like, around 2008-ish, 2007 on a Linux machine. Not the prettiest thing in the world. So I was able to switch over to use Chrome, or Chromium technically, and now I've got these better screenshots. But this is the first version of WordPress I could get up and running. This is what WordPress looked like. It looked real simple. The login looks pretty much the same as it is now. It's a little prettier now. With the logo, we have an updated logo now, and the buttons or the links here are moved around a little bit, but it's pretty much the same. Zoomed in version of that. When you log into WordPress, there was no dashboard. It was just, boom, start writing. It was a very simple platform. But, sorry, I'm learning this. Keep hitting the wrong button. All right, so you have basically things that you're going to be very familiar with within WordPress, because you have post and edit. You have, this was called team on the menu, which now is called users. You've got options, categories. The template is where you can edit it wasn't a theme. It was basically the first version of WordPress was a one-pager that displayed the blog. You have the links here, which actually links has kind of disappeared. I think if you wanted to use the links, you have to drop a line of code into your functions.php file to have links working. So that kind of fizzled and disappeared. We have the My Profile, and then you can view the site and log out. But one of the things that's really cool is that there's other terms that you're going to be very familiar with. You've got the title, excerpt, post, the categories, the published status, all of these things that are the exact same terms that we use today. When you go and you edit a page, I shouldn't say page, post, you just would scroll down on that page and you can start edit, or you can add a new one here. When you edit it, pretty simple. You can drop in an excerpt, you could change the title, very similar to what we have today. The delete this post is a little different. But overall, the terminology that we see in WordPress today is very similar to what we had 20 years ago. Your team management, which later was renamed to users, you can edit your users there. And this is kind of unique right here. It says, to delete a user, bring this level to 0, then click the red X. So you can edit the user, change the level from 10 to 0, and then a little X mark will show up, and then you can delete it. And then when you delete that user, all of its posts will disappear forever. Just like today, I had to use, not today, previously, I had a client contact me and say, the homepage is messed up. And I said, what were you doing? He said, well, I was deleting users. And I said, so you didn't reassign the post to a valid user? So that, I'm assuming, was fixed, later, because that's a pretty dangerous thing. If you only have one or two users and you delete your post, you delete that user, all the posts are gone. We have the options, which we still have an options page. This one is just pretty much the time zone, how you want the time to display. Notice there's no actual time zone. You can't specify which time zone you're in. So I would assume it would have picked it up from the server, which I guess worked back then. Would be a little problematic now. We've got categories. You can add, edit, remove, and delete, just like we do today. And then we have just built in. This is turned off on, I think about like WP Engine. When you log in to WP Engine, if you have a site on there, by default, they have the editor turned off, if I'm remembering that correctly. And a pretty dangerous feature to have right there, where you can just edit the page, because WordPress displayed just one single page. You can edit it right here. And notice there's no header, like WP head or WP footer or anything like that. That comes in the next version, I think in 1.5. And then basically at the footer, it just closes. So one simple page to display all of your blog posts, which is pretty simple, pretty basic, but it got the job done. The other feature that we had is managing links. Like I said, it's kind of disappeared now. It's a feature that it's still in the database, but it's not built in anymore. But I thought it was kind of cool that Matt still gave credit to the original company or person, I guess, that created the B2 blogging platform. And then if you go up here, if you hit My Profile, it would actually do a pop-up. And this just kind of really shows the age here. We've got ICQ and AIM and MSN, Instant Messenger, and Yahoo. We don't see Twitter, Facebook, the social media links that you would have today. In fact, I think a lot of these services are probably dead. I can't tell you the last time I used ICQ. It's probably been 15 plus years since I've used ICQ. But those were the tools we had back then. And that's basically WordPress version 7.01. That's what it looked like, and that's how simple it was. But it started, to me, a revolution where now WordPress has 40+% of the market share. Within this version, you can tell that everything was still prefixed. I guess not everything, but most things were still prefixed with a B2 prefix. So you have, instead of a wp-config.php file, you've got a b2 config.php file. The only things that are prefixed with WP is the WP admin and WP links, which the links doesn't even exist anymore, and we just have a WP admin. If you look at the source code, it's kind of funny. This is the install script, which is slightly different than how you install WordPress now. Actually, now, I mean, how many of you guys actually manually install WordPress now? Now we have installers that make it super simple to do. But this is what the install script looks like, and I'm just showing the source code here just to show it's messy, basically. I don't know how to say it nicely. We've got CSS injected in here where this probably should be on a .css file somewhere. We also have a closing head tag and no opening head tag, and I sat there for 5 minutes, before I got in front of a group of people, like, does it say head somewhere? I couldn't find it. So it's kind of, the first version of WordPress had incorrect HTML markup. Oh, and then the last thing, this is actually really cool. This link here that's in the CSS, it still works. So they kept that image live, for 20 years, which that's pretty cool. I know that's not that big of a deal, but I think it's pretty awesome. And then if you look at the install script and you scroll down a little bit, you'll see some pretty funny stuff. Things like here on line 158 said, this is after you'll go to the page and you'll try to put in your MySQL username and password, and then when you hit submit and it works, it'll pop up and it'll say, did you defeat the boss monster at the end? Great, you're ready for step 2, which that just shows that if I showed that to a client now where WordPress had comical things in there. They probably wouldn't have taken WordPress, quite as seriously. But I mean, it's cute and a little funny. And then you'll also see on the same script we were injecting SQL all on one page, where that should, in a bigger framework, a more mature framework, you would separate your SQL and your CSS and all that stuff into different files. But this was the first version. And then through the years, WordPress progressed. It was version 1 came out in 2004, and we have basic blogging like we did before, but we also have spam protection. And in this version, we have everything, not everything, almost everything prefixed with WP now, except for there's a couple RSS feed files that are still prefixed with B2, but overall, it was becoming more WordPress labeled stuff. And I thought this was kind of cool. The admin directory here was, there's only files in there. There's no directories. If you look at the WP admin now, there'll be 9 directories, which there's probably 500 files, in that directory now because of all the functionality that we have. In 2004, we got the plugin architecture coming in and the sidebars. This also, in this same year, I'm just going to read this. The market leader in the blogging tools industry at the time was Movable Type. They announced a new license term, which were not liked by many of the users. Basically, it gave WordPress a big push because a lot of people moved away from Movable Type and moved over to WordPress. So that was one of the first big pushes that we had. And also in this version 1.2, this wasn't labeled correctly. It's still identified as version 1.0.1, which is kind of cool. In 2005, and this is where I think WordPress started getting a lot more something that we're familiar with as someone that has written a ton of themes. This part to me was super important. 1.5. This is when I first started using WordPress, and I was just using it as a blogging platform. But if you're into WordPress, and I'm going to run out of time here, so I'm going to skip a couple things. That was a quote from Matt basically saying, we did this, which is we created where you can have themes, and instead of WordPress being on a single page, we now have all of these we have all of these different page templates, which as a themer, that comes in super handy because it gives you this hierarchy that I've stared at for hours on end trying to figure out why I'm not pulling in the right archive or template or whatever. So that's been in place for 18 years now. And this is what the theme looked like in 1.5, the default theme, which that's really what my blog looked like too, because I wasn't that creative. I kept it blue and boring. In 2005, we got a better interface. We got a text editor finally. JavaScript was used for the first time on the pages. So when you edited a page, it wouldn't. You didn't have to reload to see it, which is pretty handy. And then Akismet was also in this package, and I think it's still in there today. And this is what the interface looked like. Starting to look kind of familiar. And now WordPress kind of as a CMS almost. We've got shortcodes. We have a revamped admin interface. The media library is better. And this is where I started theming and getting into really just breaking WordPress, going in and figuring out how to do stuff. And that's when I started building themes. This is the interface that we got, and looks familiar. It's a little prettier than the original one. Someone spent some time on theming here. This is when I started really using WordPress, and this is where I consider WordPress as a good enough system for me to start building everything on WordPress. This is where custom post types came in. And with custom post types, we got a ton of functionality, where I could build anything for any of my clients. You needed some kind of, you need articles, you had pages, you had your blog, but I need to do like news articles. I could do a custom post type to do that, which gave me pretty much everything I needed to start really building WordPress. We also got a much prettier interface and a sidebar on the left as opposed to the menu being on the top in here. And then in 2011, we got an improved media library, the flyout menu that we still use today, and there's a drag and drop upload file for file management. In 2015, and I'm jumping pretty fast here, but we got the REST API, and I use the REST API not that often. How many of you guys edit or use the REST API? That is a much higher number than I expected. Normally in Atlanta, when I do a meetup and I ask people, very few people are actually using the REST API. We use it regularly at our company, so gave us a ton of functionality. In 2018, version 5.0, we got Gutenberg, so the official page builder within WordPress. And then 5.5 in 2020, we got the lazy loading, we got the auto updating for plugins and themes, which finally broke something for me for the first time about a month ago, which was kind of annoying, but overall it was working really well for me. It was a bug in one of the plugins. And then we got sitemaps improvement. And then 2021 with 5.5, we got full site editing, which I still have yet to use, but I'll be using it with a massive project that I'm doing this fall, and we're going to finally be using Gutenberg to build the whole site. And now we're almost caught up, but that is it. So I am up for questions if anybody has any questions. And I said I would forget about my water, but...
Thanks. Now I've turned my mic in. I think a round of applause for Aaron, please. That was a great talk. So as Aaron mentioned, we have a QA now for 15 minutes. So we've got space for questions. One question per person, please. If you've got anything else, you can ask Aaron after the talk. Do we have any questions from the floor? We've got one right there, please.
That was great, Aaron. Thank you. I'm interested to know what you did for your client with the property when you didn't have the custom post types. So
that was, we built a complete custom PHP website. So, there was property.php that would do the SQL stuff. So, I mean, it was just a lot of HTML and PHP, probably poorly written stuff. Anytime I look at code, I even if it's 6 months ago, I mean, that's why I kind of feel bad, like, dogging on WordPress, because, I'm critiquing something that's 20 years old, and I look at code that's 6 months old, and I think, I can't believe I wrote like that. But so that was just a custom PHP build. So I have no idea. I quit that job a couple years later, and the site was still up, so I don't remember what it was. I don't have a copy of the source code or anything. I'd love to look at it, though. It would be kind of funny to see. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another question from the floor? I've got a question for you.
There's one.
Oh, there is one
There
over
we go.
there. Okay, great. That's cool. Let's have that one. Thank you, Connie.
Is it on now? Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Sami
Hello.
from Finland. Can you remember when was the first time you ever saw anything about security mentioned in any of the WordPress releases? I think that over the years it has gone from being not really security aware at all to being awfully bad at security, having an awfully bad reputation. But then it has over time now, with the plugin update, automatic updates and things like that, direction from my perspective. But can you remember from the developer's perspective or the actual open source project perspective when somebody mentioned a thing called security for the first time?
That is a really good question. I got, in 2013, I got about 20 sites hacked. And I'm trying to think of what I could have done to, it was at, I won't mention the hosting company's name, but all of the sites got hacked because they had something that was not standard, and there was a animated pirate skull like bouncing and spinning around on all of the websites on that server. But that was like 2013, and I know I didn't have anything like, I don't think WordFence, did it exist in 2013? I don't know. I don't remember anything when it comes to that. I really should go through my email and find that out. I don't remember. I know that when those sites got hacked around 2013, that's when I moved hosting and I started taking it more seriously. But I don't remember from the WordPress perspective, and I don't know. So wish I could give you more. So sorry.
Do you have another question from the floor? One there in the middle, please. Who's got the mic? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, shall I go first? Sorry, you're a lot further from a microphone. It's great to look at WordPress's history over the years, and it's very easy to see all of the things we've gained. Do you think there's anything that we've lost from the simplicity of the earlier versions? Spicy question.
Yeah, that's hard. So I once worked on a website, and once I logged in, I said I'm not working on that site. So I can't say I really worked on it. There were 104 active plugins on the site, and I said I'm not touching it. So I would say that one of the things I don't know if we've lost, but one of the problems is that we have so many plugins that do so many things, and people don't think through a lot of times. And it's not at their own. I mean, it's not their fault if they have a tool and it's so easy to push a button, to just, I need something to add this and this and this, and you wind up having all this repetitive, a plugin to do one thing, but so I would say what maybe we've gotten a little too bloated in the aspect in the plugin world, but that's. I don't know. I can't tell all the sponsors here, that. But and it's not them. It's just we have a lot of. I think it's users just tend to add a lot. So it's more of a user issue or lack of knowledge. I tend to tell people when we build a website. When we build a site, we wind up having about 10 plugins, 10 to 12. And I tell people, if you wind up having 20 plugins, you probably need to rethink what you're doing. And there's probably a custom solution that needs to be built. And now, when I say custom, probably custom WordPress. I mean, because we build everything within WordPress. Because again, I see WordPress as a platform more so than a blogging platform or even a marketing, tool. To me, it's a tool to build anything that you can imagine. So, I think someone else had a question in the middle? Okay. I'm glad I have a hat on because it's blocking the lights.
Just curious, with you being in the game for so long, have there ever been times where you thought like, no, I want to do something else in WordPress?
Yeah, and I've gone through that. Actually, in 2008, I set up about 10 different CMSs and kind of compared the Joomla, Drupal, Concrete 5, CMS Made Simple, a lot of them, and WordPress wound up winning, and I love it. And no, I don't think I'll ever. I tell people that there are so many websites that are based on WordPress right now. If WordPress were to die today, I probably will be able to be an old man that is fixing WordPress sites because there's so many of them. There's so many, there's going to be legacy, stuff. If it disappeared today, there'd be legacy stuff, that has to be maintained for years on end. And I think I'm too old to change, at this point. I have so much vested in the knowledge of WordPress. It's just so much easier to build things on WordPress versus, like in 2006, I learned some Ruby on Rails stuff. Loved Ruby on Rails, but it's a lot more. I was doing websites for like $3,000, $4,000, and a Ruby on Rails project, it's going to need a lot more, than that. So it was just much easier to use WordPress then. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever veer off unless for some reason it goes, super crazy, off. But we have such a good community where I just don't think it would happen. But yeah, I think I'm going to be an old guy that's editing WordPress until I retire. So.
Thanks. That was a great question. Do we have any more questions from the floor? We've got a few more minutes left. Well, I've got one then. That's
all right.
So over the course, you've shown us over the course of 20 years of WordPress, back when people still had blog roles and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Before Stack Overflow. Horrible thought. But what do you think has been the change with the most impact over that 20 years? And was it the Hello Dolly plugin?
Wait, so hold on. I started trying to process my question before give me the last part of the question again.
No, I was only joking.
Oh, you were joking. Okay. The thing that changed the most, I know that Gutenberg's a big deal, but again, I haven't started using it. I use Beaver Builder to build most of the sites. Now, I'm going to have an enterprise site that I'm building in the fall where I'm going to use Gutenberg because I need that site to last me 10 years. I can change out page builders if it's just a marketing site that has little, functionality. I can change that out every 3 years, when they decide to rebrand or whatever. That's not that big a deal. So I think the thing that changed the most, at least for me, I know that the REST API is super important, but that's, to me, more higher level companies, that'll be accessing that. And to me, the custom post types just has to be the most important thing because we used to go in and if we needed, let's say, press releases or something, the company had press releases, you would create a press release category, you would hide it from the blog, and you display it on a specific page, and it was such a headache to try to hide, to make WordPress do what it should be doing.
Yeah, just before you go, thank you very much. Sponsors, there's plenty of them around. I'm sure you'll find some interesting plugins out there that will do work for you. And we have the WP Connect sessions. They're available at the Trianti balcony on level 1. Thanks very much for coming to this talk, and hopefully we'll see you for the next one. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to track 3. I'm Matt, I'm your host for this session, which is the final session of the morning before lunch, which I'm sure you're all looking forward to. The food's pretty good here. So the format that we've got today, it's 30-minute talk followed by 15-minute Q&A. So the speaker we have for this session is joining us from Bulgaria. It's Vasi Valchanova. She's a digital marketing strategist, trainer, and speaker. 20 years experience in marketing strategy, content marketing, brand messaging, and conversion rate optimization. Today, she's going to talk about personal branding for digital professionals. That is, all of you, how to work on your personal branding strategy. So it's going to be an actionable blueprint to help you achieve that. So I'd like you to give a big warm welcome to Vasi, please.
Hey, everyone. Okay, awesome. So I know I'm the one thing keeping you from lunch, and I'll try to make this as useful and as practical as possible. And I want to say that being here on stage in Athens is a really big pleasure, and I thank you also for taking the time and giving me your attention, and I'll make sure to be good for it. So, I'm not gonna spend a ton of time talking about myself. You can read more online or just connect with me on social media, and I'll be telling you more about what I do as we go along in the discussion. But being here in this wonderful venue, it almost feels like I need to sing something, but I like you too much to do that to you guys. But I'd still like to test the acoustics of the hall with a simple exercise. So whenever I get asked about what I do, I tell people that I help brands build relationships with their audiences. And that's a fancier way of saying I am doing marketing. So I'd really love to know what all of you guys do. And the way we're going to do that is, obviously, I'm not going to have time to shake everyone's hands here. But I want you to think of one phrase or a sentence. It may be, I'm in marketing, I'm building plugins, I'm a developer. It can be simple as that. And I'm going to count to 3, and I'll ask you guys to shout it out so that I can learn more about the audience over here. Obviously, I won't be able to hear anything, but let's give it a go. So you guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Can we do that a bit louder at 3 again? 1, 2, 3. Okay. And that's a perfect example why all of us need digital marketing and personal branding. Because with the multitude of digital professionals who are, most of them, very capable, very interesting, the online space is just as crowded as we have here today. And the way for you to actually get noticed isn't shouting at your potential customer what you do, but it's being mindful about how you present yourself in public. And this is what I'll try to teach you today. So just a quick note at first, I'll be going through this presentation at a high speed. If you miss anything, if you want me to repeat anything, for sure, ask me during the Q&A. But also, in the end, I have a slide where you'll be able to download the slide deck and get some additional resources around marketing in general. So no worries if you miss anything. So whenever we start talking about branding and brand value, there's usually one thing that marketers like me want to initially talk about, and that's the actual monetary value of a brand. What you see on the screen here is research by the company Interbrand. So what they have is this annual global brands index that they do, and they try to put a dollar sign to any brand you have. So at the top here, you see Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and so on and so forth. And these are big brands with a ton of value. So Apple, according to Interbrand, is at $482, I think, billion. That's billion with a B. So what does that mean, though? Like, why would a brand be valuable, and what actually is a brand? most people, whenever we mention a brand, they are thinking about a logo. So for Starbucks, that's the two-tailed mermaid that they have. But a brand is actually a lot more than that. It's what they themselves say they do, which, according to Starbucks' website, is inspiring and nurturing the human spirit. Okay, that's a tall order. Or it can be anything you think about when you think about Starbucks. It can be their overcomplicated way of ordering a coffee, the way their places feel when you enter them, or even the amazingly skillful ways in which any barista can misspell your name 100 different ways, especially if you're coming from Eastern Europe, that's like a given. So a brand is really one simple thing, and I think Jeff Bezos put it in the most succinct and simple way. This is what people say about you when you're not in the room. So take a moment and think about your own clients. What would they say about you when you're not in the room? I'm pretty sure it's going to be positive, but is it even the right way of phrasing what you do? Are they going to mention the services that you want to promote yourself? Are they going to mention the skills that you want to show off? This is why we need to be strategic about personal branding. And to get through this, we need to make sure that we're differentiating ourselves from everyone else online, or everyone else in our own industry, or anyone else in our area if we're working locally with clients and so on. Because these are the two options you have, really. You can either make sure you're differentiating yourself from any other digital professional out there, or you have to compete by price. And competing by price is a race to the bottom. You can't really, lower your prices as much as the next person can lower them. That's never a good play. So making sure that we're differentiating ourselves is what we're trying to aim for here. And to do that, we need to fulfill 3 brand building goals. The first one is getting people to know us, then getting them to like us, and getting them to trust us. So let's take each one of these at hand. So knowing. What do we mean by knowing? That's the marketer's favorite term, brand awareness. It sounds very big and important. But really, it's about turning this guy's frown upside down. So this is a great ad, and I'm sure especially the guys all the way in the back can't read it, so I'm going to tell you what he says. He says, I don't know who you are, I don't know your company, I don't know your company's product, I don't know what your company stands for, I don't know your company's customers, company's record, company's reputation. Now, what was it you wanted to sell me? You can't really get to selling something, your services or your product or your agency's work, unless people actually know who you are. So you need to pass that first hurdle in order to get there. And I think that as the people of WordPress here, we have a great advantage of that, because getting people to know us can be done in 3 simple ways. The first is meeting them where they're at. So you want to get clients from a particular industry or from a particular area, or different types of clients. Maybe you're just aiming at small starting off direct-to-consumer brands, let's say. Then you need to share with them what you know. You need to show them that you're good for it, that you have the expertise, that you know what's going on. And then you need to help them out. Show them that it's not just about getting their business and getting their money. It's about making sure that they're as successful as humanly possible. And all of these 3 things is what we do when talking on stage at a WordCamp event, or when going to a meetup, or when participating in Slack, or in different online communities in your area. I've been on the receiving end of that amazing WordPress community more times than I can count, because as a marketer, I have the tendency to break things. And I would often need to ask a friend to actually check what did I mess up this time and how we can improve that or fix it at least. So being there and giving away some of your knowledge is the first step of getting known. And I often get people say, okay, Vasi, but like, if I give out my knowledge, why are they gonna hire me? What makes them decide to hire me rather than do it on their own? Isn't that like just simpler and more cost-effective? And the answer is not necessarily. This is a blog post I wrote way back about a particular customer development technique called jobs to be done. So what you do with jobs to be done is really simply talk to existing customers or potential customers to figure out how they make buying decisions. And this is a big part of the research that I do for customers. This blog post is, according to the read time plugin that I use on my site, about 20 minutes long. So it's a very meaty piece where I go through every step of the process. I give people the templates that I use. I give them the interview script that I base my interviews on. And I share everything that I can about that process and what people need to know. And even though I've shared everything there is to know about this, I often get this type of emails. That's a screenshot of an actual discussion with a potential client. And he says, thanks so much for sharing that. I now see that it's a very complex process, so will you help me actually do jobs to be done research for my starting company? And when you explain to people, how complex your process is, this is the best way for you to show them that you know your stuff and that they will be better off hiring someone than doing the work for themselves. So this is how sharing what you know can actually be a way of getting hired for a new gig rather than just getting people to, steal your process. The second step here is to not just get them to know you, but to get them to like you. So how do they create a preference for you? How do they decide that you are the one person out of the myriad of different digital professionals that they can hire who's going to do a good job? Well, we can take some wisdom off of Albert Einstein here, who says that it's better to be a person of value rather than a person of success. So you don't just need to be good at what you do, you need to show people that you're good at it, and you need to give them something of value first. And there's a very simple business case for value that I'm going to share with you here. And it goes both through the human psychological part of it, but also the way digital channels work nowadays and the way algorithms promote content that's valuable. So if you think about it, you can think of it as a flywheel of sorts. You're trying to bring more value to more people. So you create content online, you share what you know, you answer questions in online communities, you meet people where they're at, you give them some piece of advice. Then this valuable content gets engagement. So the more valuable your content is, the more people are going to like it, comment on it, share it with friends, decide to forward your newsletter, tell someone that they've heard a great podcast that you happen to author. And once that happens, this engagement makes that content more visible and gets you more eyeballs. So it's sort of a flywheel. Then once you get more eyeballs, this means that you're bringing that value to more people who are going to engage with it, and so on and so forth. So if you can share what you know and give people useful information, then you're good for that. You're going to get liked because you're giving them something of value. And there are 3 different types of value that you can bring. The first one is informational value. So sharing what something is, essentially. And this is, well, I need to mention AI for sure, because we're in this particular year of our Lord, 2023, where everything's about AI. So informational value is going to be quickly eaten up by AI-generated content, because it's easy to answer the question what something is. But you can create a lot more value by bridging informational and functional value, which is telling people how to do something. So this means not just telling them what, in my previous example, jobs to be done research is, but giving them some idea about how to do that. In your case, it may be optimizing a website, building out a Gutenberg blog, I don't know, whatever it is you do, this can be a great connection between these two types of value. And the third one that we often forget when we're talking about business and branding and, interactions in a business environment, it's emotional value. But it's just as important. You need to show people something that's going to motivate them, inspire them, make them laugh, make them smile, feel good about themselves. And this is just as important when we're talking about business as when we're talking about like a simple interpersonal relation with a friend or anything like that. And finally, we want to think about building trust. And trust is sort of the most important element in here. Because, as Zig Ziglar said, if people like you, they will listen to you, but if they trust you, they will actually do business with you. So you need to clear each one of these 3 hurdles in order to get people to assign you to a new project or sign a contract with you and so on. And the way we build trust is by simply being our best selves. And saying simply here is a bit of an understatement, right? I mean, like being your best self is a pretty tall order. But the reason I'm saying this is that people actually trust people who are very much like all of you in this room. Because according to research, this is research done by the Edelman Group, and every year they ask people who's a trusted spokesperson. And the top 2, like 2 out of the top 3 here, are what all of you guys are. A technical expert, and I mean technical here in the broader sense of the term. Me as a marketer, I'm also a technical expert, so I know my industry and I know my work. And then the third one is a person like myself. So the more direct, the more approachable, the friendlier you can be, the better you're off in earning that trust. So it's not about, putting yourself up there and making yourself seem like this big, expert using these multi-syllable words and trying to seem like the most, formal type of guy or gal. It's about bridging the professional and the personal, because at that intersection, there's where trust happens. In my work with clients, yes, I give them very specific and well thought out marketing advice, but I also talk with them about what runs we go on, because I'm a fan of running. I share a lot about my cat, maybe more than it's wise, but she's adorable, so, I share about any other personal interests that I have. A lot of my clients, for example, are very aware that I run an NGO that does science communication and that I'm a bit of a science geek. So building all of these facets of my life, it gives them a better perspective as to who they'll be working with. Because, come on, we don't want to work just with a very good expert. We want to work with someone that's fun to work with. If you're going to be working with that person on a daily basis, you need someone you're going to like. And that's why you need to show off your personal side as well. So moving through each of these steps, what you're trying to do is get more people to know about you, then get a big percentage of those people to like you, and get a big percentage of those people to trust you. And this, in marketing, is what we call audience development. Another big jargon word, but I'm on stage, so I need to use some of those from time to time. And whenever we're talking about building bigger audiences, people usually start thinking about how they can, do a gimmick. get viral. This is like the holy grail, right? Or create a post that's gonna get a lot of traction on LinkedIn. And yes, these things are useful because you're building a bigger audience, but you also need to think about the hierarchy of those different people who are paying attention to you. So every different type of engagement sits on a different hierarchical level. So this is a very simple generic example that I've created here, but say you have, like me, an online membership site, like a course you're building or a community you're using. This is going to be at the top of your priority list, getting more people in there. Even though that audience may be, let's say, 50 or 100 people, that's way more useful than some of the other channels and audience types that you're going to see down the list. Then we can think about email subscribers. So if you have a newsletter, if people give you their email address, that means they trust you a ton. So you can put that high on top of your priority list of audience development. And then when we go further down, we may think of long-form content like blog posts, or about creating a podcast series or a video series if you have people in your industry that you want to create content together with. And then we go through all of the social media channels that make sense. So for me, LinkedIn is on a different step than all of the other social networks, because this is the place where I get the most warm audience, as they say, so people who are actually ready to hear about my services and my coaching and so on. And all of the other social channels, they're a way for me to show off the personal side and engage with people, but they're not as important. So when you're thinking about building this audience for yourself, make sure that you're not just focusing on the big volume stuff, which would be social media, but make sure you focus on the things higher up in that list. A few hundred people on a newsletter, I'm going to take that any day of the week against a couple of 100,000 social media followers. Because the fact that you have social media followers doesn't mean necessarily that people are paying attention. If they're getting your newsletter in their inbox every week, now that's the attention I'm talking about and that I'm interested in. So you're probably seen already that I'm a fan of the number 3. So I'm going to talk about audience building in 3 different ways. And that's creating content, so building stuff on your own. Content curation, which is finding interesting content all across the web or any other channel, and then sharing that with your audience. And then the third one that we often don't think about, but it's actually a lot more important than the other 2 even, that's communication. So one-on-one conversations that don't necessarily scale, even in digital channels, but that are just as important. So when I'm talking about creating your own content, you need to find yourself the channel and format that feels good to you and that people are actually going to engage with. So for me, for example, I feel most comfortable with text-based content, which is why I invest the most time in creating blog posts and newsletters. This is my personal preference. This is what I feel comfortable with. And I know that a lot of my audience is still interested in text-based content rather than just, video and so on. You'll know for yourself what is going to work, but if you're not necessarily comfortable standing in front of the camera, well, then don't be, Don't go and start creating video content if that's not a channel or a format, rather, that you're not interested in. Because it's going to be very difficult to sustain that in the long run. So making sure that you pick something that works for you, this is the best thing possible. One great example that I love is this guy right here. His nickname is Tank. He's a teacher of B2B English in Bulgaria. And he has this hashtag that he has created for himself called Sip of English. Every day he shares a really long text-based post on LinkedIn that talks about different idioms or different ways of using the English language to your full potential in a business setting. So he already has 2,000 followers of this hashtag, and he's a single person. He's one English teacher. How many clients do you think he needs to fill up his capacity? Well, probably less than 2,000, that's what I'm gonna say. And this is the type of engagement you may want to be interested in. He obviously feels comfortable sharing written content and not being in video, so this is working from him. And he has already shared a bunch of these. So he's in this screenshot is number 417, and this was like almost a year ago or something like that. So by now he must have like amassed a whole new set of numbers. If you are comfortable with video, then do that for yourself. Probably some of you know Mario Pesce from Devrix. So he does amazing short-form videos where he talks about different topics related to entrepreneurship, business management, and so on. And the cool thing about Mario's content is that it shows that you don't really need high production value. You need to have good sound on video, that's the most important thing, and you need to have a good idea that people are going to be interested in. So he's just sitting in his office in front of a whiteboard talking about whatever he wants to tell you today. And this is the type of content that works for him. So he's found the right channel and the right format that works for him. When talking about curating content, the value in this comes from you being essentially a filter of sorts. So if you're creating your own content, this means that you're helping people find the right information at the right time without needing to read anything. If you look on my website, you see that for my newsletter, the value proposition there is I read 180 articles every week, so you don't have to. So I'm scanning all of this incoming marketing-related content, and I'm giving you the 5 or 6 most interesting links that I've stumbled across in the last week. And this is the value that I bring. It's about, summarizing all of this and giving you the few pieces you need to pay attention to. Another example from the WordPress community, more specifically, Remkus has a great newsletter around the latest news around WordPress. So I don't necessarily read as much about WordPress and the development of the platform, but I know that when I signed up for his newsletter, I'll be getting the most important news in my inbox every week. And the additional value that he brings to me is that he doesn't just share a link, he actually has a short summary and his own personal point of view on that same topic. So curating content in that way, it can take a lot of different forms. Another example, more in my space, the marketing space, is a website called Marketing Examples by Harry Dry. So what Harry does is he collects different marketing campaigns that are great examples of different approaches in marketing. And this is his way of curating content. So he shows me the example and tells me why it's interesting to him or why it's important. So doing that can be creating a quick weekly podcast that summarizes news in your industry. It can be sharing these links on social media with a short recap of why that piece is important. It can take a lot of different forms, but you need to find your own. And finally, communication. And this is where we marketers make everything worse, because we've made people believe that it's about broadcasting your message to the largest potential audience. And that's not it. The it in this sense is that you need to talk to people one-on-one. So when you go out here to have lunch, speak to a new person on a one-on-one, non-scalable, very personal, physical level. When you're online, every week, make it a rule for yourself to speak to 5 people that you haven't recently kept in touch with, just to check what's going on with them, maybe comment on their latest post on social media, maybe just reach out in Messenger or Slack or whatever, and just see what's happening. Maybe there's going to be something interesting that comes out of that. But even if there isn't, it's just you being human, and that's still very, very important. So, to recap this, we just need 4 hours a week to start. And I made sure to have that in my presentation because I know that talking about personal branding can feel very overwhelming to people who've never done it. And it can be like, okay, but I have my own work, and then I try to look for clients, and then now I need to spend more time to create content. That's a big ask. And you don't need a lot of time. So when I say 4 hours, that's not a blanket statement. I've actually done the math. So if you're creating your own content, you'll need about 2 hours a week to start building a podcast or a newsletter or just have social posts planned for the whole week ahead, let's say. This is, again, you can build on top of this number in the long run if it makes sense for you, but it can be just 2 hours a week to start. Then you want to curate content. And here I'm putting 1 hour because you're reading on a daily basis stuff related to your industry anyway. So making sure that you remember to tag the pieces that are most interesting and then batch process them at the end of the week to share on social media or in a newsletter or in any other channel that makes sense. This is easy work because you've already done the majority of it. And then the thing that doesn't scale, you can't batch process communication, but maybe take 10 minutes a day with your afternoon coffee or tea or mate or whatever. You can tell me afterwards what would be your beverage of choice. And talk to people. DM someone who you haven't been in contact with, comment on posts, or even recommend others' content. Make sure that you're, a positive person to begin with. And this is how you can make sure that you have everything you need to start working on your personal brand. And it is more challenging than shouting at the audience what you do, but it's way more effective. So to finish this off, I mentioned you can either scan this or go to volchanova.me/WCEU23, where you'll find the slides and also a link to my newsletter. This is my way of curating content, so you may find it valuable if you're interested in more in marketing. And you can also see more of my work there and some additional information about what I do. So thank you so much, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vasi. That was absolutely great. Really enjoyed that. So as Vasi said, we've got 15 minutes now for QA. If anyone would like to ask a question, please put your hand up, and someone will come to you with a microphone. I'm just going to start off with one, if that's okay. So sure. You were talking really there about real human-to-human marketing. And marketing can often come across as slightly forced or false. So how would you recommend that people come across authentically and present themselves best?
So what I usually do, especially like this event is a perfect example. When going down the hallway and I stop at the sponsor booth or I sit down next to someone while having my coffee, I'm not going to start with, hey, Matt, I do great marketing. Would you need some? I'm going to go with, hey, are you liking the event? What was the most interesting talk for you? So what do you do? What are you currently working on? And then if an opportunity presents itself, I'm going to go in there. And I'm going to be, oh, that's really interesting. By the way, I had a client that's running into the same sort of industry, and this is what I do. It's like marketing consulting, so maybe if that's something you're interested, we can talk more. And then we're going to continue talking about probably me showing a photo of my cat, I'm sorry. or some other topic. So if the person, like if they show interest in that, then I'm going to continue on and talk more. If they don't, I'm not going to push it at that particular moment. But it has happened to me before at events where, I'll meet someone and we'll have just a friendly, non-work related discussion at all. And then a few months down the line, like we're gonna connect on LinkedIn, I'm gonna shoot you a message every now and then, be like, hey, like I saw this, I know it's related to what you do, I'm gonna comment on the post, and then maybe in a few months, they're gonna say, hey, Vasi, like we're actually trying to ramp up our, focus on the US market, could you help me out with that? So it's about building connections.
All right, awesome, and cat photos, thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience, please? Anyone want to ask a question of Vasi about branding? Can I see any hands up, anyone? One right there, please. We have a mic in the middle. Thank you.
That's the brave person who raises their hand first. Thank you so much.
If you only have you only need like a handful of customers, maybe like the example you gave of the English tutor, what would be your approach to marketing? Because I don't have very much time to do a lot of things. I mean, I could probably stretch to 4 hours, but is there any particular approach that would be different? Because I don't really need to get hundreds of people interested in what I do. I just need a handful of people that would be suitable to work with me.
Yeah. And what do you do?
I'm a designer, but I offer sort of agency quality design as a subscription service. So
okay.
I can only do so many.
So you're working on a retainer with people. Yeah, I get it. So that's again pretty similar to my own work. So I'm a one-woman show. I work with clients on a retainer basis or on a project basis. And this is again the case where I would need just a few clients to work with at any given time. What I would do is I'm going to focus on one or maybe two channels at most where I'm going to start doing this. So this is something that may have come across differently when I was speaking about the hierarchy. I by no means mean that you need to have all of these different channels in your arsenal. You can focus on one or two. So if we're talking about design, I would start off thinking what would be the channels where I can find people. So to me still, like let's say LinkedIn would be a good place to be and show off some of my work, but also maybe it may be a completely different place, like an online community where people look for design services, something like Behance, for example, or something like that, where you can create longer form content. And then you can use one channel to feed off the other. So for example, when you're putting up something on Behance, you can share about it on LinkedIn. And then you can also, on LinkedIn, you can say, hey, like I have this whole portfolio. And here's a quick post about, let's say, a particular design trend that I'm currently seeing take up a lot of attention. Here's how I've actually implemented that in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, great, we have another question there. Gentleman in the white t-shirt.
Hi, Vasi. Great talk, really enjoyed it.
Thanks.
You said you had 150, what was it, 150 articles you read a week, so we don't have to?
Yeah.
How do you find all of these? Do you have any sort of tools or anything, or is it, I mean, unfortunately Google Reader is no longer a thing, or RSS really, but any sort of tools that you use to kind of get access to them, or?
Yeah, I'm really happy you mentioned RSS, and I really love the fact that RSS is still not dead, contrary to what a lot of people are going to say. So there are two separate tools that I may recommend in this direction. The one I'm currently using is called Readwise Reader. And then the other one that I used to work for before, but I was also a happy customer for many years, is called InnoReader. INO Reader, one word. They're both based off of RSS, but you can also add a lot of other stuff in there. So for example, all the newsletters that I'm subscribed to, maybe like 40% of these 180 articles that I read per week are supplied to me through the filter of other people. So, for example, if we're talking SEO, Alei de Solis, she has SEO FOMO, yeah. If we're talking about marketing, then maybe Marketing Brew is another newsletter that I'm subscribed to, where I get a lot of new content that I'm interested in. And when I start seeing a website that I'm reading more often, let's say every week I get a piece off of this particular website, then I'm just gonna add it to my RSS subscription, and then I'm gonna read off of that. Cool.
Thanks, that was a great question. Do we have any more questions from the audience, please? Anyone with their hand up? Oh, lady over there, please.
Hi, and thank you for today.
Thank
I
you.
wanted to ask if it is better to have presence in more social networks and other channels and do less quality work because there is not much time, or better focus on 1, 2, maybe 3, do it good there.
Yeah, I definitely go for the second option. I would first focus on 1 channel or 2 channels at most, and then I'm gonna, maybe I might have supplementary channels. So for example, again, with my own work, I'm currently focused on LinkedIn and my newsletter. And these are the 2 places where I actually pay attention. I'm trying to do more. I'm actively, participating, let's say on LinkedIn. I'm trying to make sure that I'm putting really high quality stuff out there with my newsletter. I have at the same time Twitter that I'll most probably use at events like this, and so a bit sporadically. And I also have Instagram where I'll be sharing like more personal stuff, so showing that personal side on top of the professional. But these are less work and less how to say, I don't pay as much effort into promoting myself in there. They're just, for fun, if you will.
Thank you very, very much.
Sure.
Yeah, we've got one question there, please.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, Vasi, and thank you very much for the speech. It was amazing. So my question is regarding color psychology. So some people say that this is really important when it comes to personal branding. Like you have to pick a certain color because then this way you're gonna be transmitting certain like feelings and so. So I wanted to know like your insight in this regards, like how important is this really, and is this something that you really have to take into account or consider whenever you're building your personal brand? And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So it may be a bit of an unpopular opinion, but as I mentioned, I'm a bit of a science geek, so I've dug into the topic of color psychology, and according to research I've read, there isn't like a ton of it in there. I mean, different experiments that have been done can't really be replicated that well. There isn't really a ton of information about it. And also, different colors have different meanings in different cultures. So it would be very hard if you're promoting yourself on an international market to actually get it right. What I do know, though, is that whenever I'm wearing red, I'm much more open to people, and I feel more energized. So I'll maybe use color psychology in that way. So make the brand reflect you. So people would often know, like you've also seen in my presentation, the 2 colors I use are red and yellow, which are 2 of my favorites, and they give me energy and they make me feel good. So this is how I'd use them. As long as you're not, combining stuff that should never be combined in front of a human eye, then I think you're all good. Of course, working with a designer who can help you elevate that brand a bit and make it look a bit more sophisticated, that's great work. I don't necessarily, because I've had that question before, I don't necessarily start off with a logo for yourself. Like I do have one, but this is mostly because I have my own website and I needed something to put there, and this is how it came together at first. I don't think that this is as important. Maybe if you want to invest in that yourself, you can, but that's not really like a prerequisite for building a personal brand. A set of good photos, though, is. So this is like a piece of unsolicited advice there.
Thanks, great question. Do we have any more questions from the floor? There in the middle, please.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm currently looking for a new job and on the job search and thinking about my own personal brand. And one thing I discovered, which is probably a relatively new phenomenon, is that like there are like automated tools for like scanning resumes. And so the personality is now not a part of the resume. And I'm wondering if you have thoughts about like adding your personal brand to like a job search while still, I don't know, adhering to the needs of like the AI gods out there that are actually reading these things.
That's a very interesting question, and it's sort of a stroke of serendipity, if you will, because I used to work for a company that does a resume builder app. So I can share more after. I don't want to, you know, make this about like promoting different brands and services. I can share the link, and we've dug really deeply into resume scanning software and so on. So for a resume, it definitely needs to be easily readable by a machine to get you through that initial sort of search. But also, you can keep in mind that building a reputation for yourself is also the best way to like future-proof your career in general. So whenever I've been like openly looking for a new position or for a new client, let's say if I have additional availability, I've always relied on actually, you know, spreading the word across my own personal network, and I've most often gotten good recommendations through that. So in this case, like if you're recommended for a position, if they know about you and they've seen you at an event, maybe, you know, or they've talked with you at a networking event, maybe this is a better way to zero in there, because in this case your resume wouldn't necessarily need to go through the standard application process in that same way. So while a easily scannable resume is important, personal branding can go a lot farther than that. And having an easily scannable resume that's also nice to look at, that's also very, very easy to achieve nowadays, thank God, because they're running in the background, making sure that it works with machines as well as humans.
Great. Thank you for your thoughts.
All right, thanks for that question. We're going to have to wrap up the QA there, but I'm sure if you have any more questions for Vasi, I imagine she's quite open to networking while we're here, so seek her out and find her. But I think before we finish, another big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, look over there. Great. Hey, thanks a lot. That was great.
Thanks.
Give that to those guys. Right, before everyone heads off for lunch, I just need to tell you about lunch. It's served on multiple levels, so it's served out there and in the foyer below. If you're looking for halal or kosher, it's on this level. Thank you, everyone. Just want to say for attending the morning sessions. They've been great. Sessions and workshops will start again at 2 p.m. sharp this afternoon, and we also have a WP Connect session, which is all about coming back to in-person events. That's in the Trianti balcony. And if you have any questions, come and grab a volunteer in a blue shirt. Thanks very much.
Can you? Hello. Good afternoon. While you're all taking your seats, we are about to start for the afternoon session. First, my name is Kingsley. I work at Automatic as a happiness engineer. And this is my first WordCamp ever. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so the first session we'll be having, we'll be calling the speaker shortly. But before, while some folks are still getting seated, how many of us here has never told a lie? Is there anybody here who has never told a lie? Someone raised their hands. Anyone? So, short story. I had this friend, and each time we talk, he tells me, no, I haven't. I've never told a lie. I'm like, okay, do you have a computer? He said, yes. Do you install software? He said, yes. Okay. Do you have a phone? He said, yes. And do you install software? He said, yes. And you have never told a lie? He said, no. So, okay, fine. Let's do a simple experiment. So I brought his computer, and then we got his software, we installed it, and then we launched it, and then the software said, you know, blah, 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 blah. Have you read the terms and conditions? And he said, yes. And I said, let's hold that thought. You just lied, because nobody reads the terms and conditions, basically. Okay? So that's it. Thank you very much. Now, the first, speaker we have is from Bulgaria. And she's going to be talking on WordPress Extended, build unique website on top of WordPress. Her name is Petia Petkova. Please, a round of applause as she comes on stage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kalimera, everyone. I hope you had your lunch and you're ready for a new portion of knowledge today. Woo, thanks for joining me today here at WordCamp Europe 2023. I cannot express with words how excited I am to be here, and also how nervous I am to be here, because it's my first time speaking at WordCamp Europe, so cheer up a bit to lower the pressure. Much appreciated, thank you so much. Well, maybe we should start the presentation from the first slide, if possible. Let me just quickly go backwards. Sorry about that. It's a spoiler alert, so keep your eyes closed. Don't watch, don't watch. We'll go through each of the slides. All right. So today I want to share with you how we can elevate WordPress in order to have truly customized and tailor-made websites. And before we start, I would like to share a few words about myself. I promise I'm not going to bore you. So I built my first website, WordPress website, back in 2016, and it was about the dental studio I was visiting back then. And I was thinking, all right, these people are providing tremendous service, and somehow I wanted to showcase it in a web experience that is going to attract, of course, new clients and so on and so forth. And because of my lack of experience with WordPress back then, I've used pre-built theme. And it served its purpose. The website came out and it was fine. And what has changed since then till now, I'm going to review in the next slides. During the years, I've established my own web agency, but what excites me the most and what makes my heart sing is sharing knowledge. And this is why we are here today too. I've created an initiative called DevBondi, which is all about sharing knowledge and opening the doors to web development, and more specifically, WordPress websites development. I have two personalities as well. I started as a front-end developer back in 2013-14, but it took me no more than like 4 years to realize that what stands under the hood also fascinates me. So I basically rolled up my sleeves and dive deeper into the back-end world development. And working in the web industry and having the privilege to work in this industry, give me the opportunity to have first-hand experience on how technology impacts our daily life. So you might wonder what we're going to talk about today, right? Well, you see, in our digital era, websites have become cornerstones for brands and businesses. And the demand for tailor-made experiences has skyrocketed pretty much. So in order to accomplish this purpose and to provide clients and brands with unique websites, we need to dig deeper and to work with technologies and strategies which can separate our product, or their product eventually, from cookie-cutter designs and overloaded themes. And of course, let's first identify the problem. Well, how many of you have experienced some sort of déjà vu while scrolling the internet and seeing pretty much the same screens? Raise a hand, right? So many of you. Well, of course, there are a lot of techniques that can't be just dismissed, but there is always a way to provide spice of uniqueness and just something that will make your website remarkable and memorizable for all the visitors that have been on it. And instead of just talking, I've gathered some examples for you, and you might be surprised to find out that more of 30% of all WordPress websites have been built on top of 5 or let's say 6 WordPress themes. Of course, these themes have a wide range of elements and different patterns and layouts, but still, as you can see, we have pretty much a header, standard header. We have this big, bright background images. Most often they might be videos as well. Then we have some eye-catching title, and of course call to action, because we want our visitors and our users to take some action on our website. And you might wonder how this might be a problem or issue. Well, let's take a moment to shift our perspective from clients' point of view. For clients, their digital presence is not about just having a website, a simple website with their domain and some basic information and so on. Their digital presence represents their values and their unique identity. And often this abundance leads them to, let's say, issues when it comes to pre-built themes that it might overload them with so many functionalities that they actually do not need, or with functionalities that different teams do not offer. On the other hand, we, as developers, we want to improve our skills, to have our stack filled with different technologies and libraries, such as React, such as Vue, such as WebGL. How many of you heard of WebGL? Oh, wow, that's perfect, thank you. Great. So you know, when building a WordPress website, combining it with WebGL or promoting this to the client might be like, what? What do you mean? It is just a WordPress website? So anyways, if we can make any conclusion here, is that clients want to have their website unique, but most importantly, they also want it to be easy to maintain, to add new content, to extend its content, and so on and so forth. Developers want to work with new technologies and to improve themselves constantly. Well, as every problem out there, this one has a solution too. And WordPress actually can be the solution. How? Well, in the next part of our talk, actually, I would like to introduce you to some technologies, different libraries, and different approaches that can enable you to break free from these repetitive designs and these repetitive functionalities. And by saying that, I would like to start with the front end. Well, by definition, front-end is combining three main aspects: motion, interaction, and user interface. And by motion, what we understand by motion is having the sense of touching something, or to see how the elements come into the page, or how they flew through the page, or what it happens when you reload the page, right? Then by interaction, we can say that it's like when a visitor clicks on a button, what would happen is the button is going to change its background, or to shrink, or to expand. Or when the user submits a form, let's say, for example, what would happen then? Is it going to redirect them to thank you page? Is it going to stay and asynchronously reload the page? What will happen? And last but not least is user interface. And when we are talking about user interface, we are taking all the fonts, all the colors, or even the tone of voice of the website is going to be more like friendly, or it's going to be more like corporative, and all the images as well. So combining these three aspects, we can have really customized and tailor-made experience for the brand or for the client, or even for ourselves if we're building like a portfolio website, for example. So we as humans like to sense the reality through our senses. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, we like to touch things, right? We like to smell things. We like to feel the comfort. And we like to see beautiful things in front of us. So the first thing a visitor sees when opening your website is how does it look? What typography does it have? What colors does it have? And so on and so forth. And speaking of typography, I would like to start with two, yet simple but super powerful tools. And those are colors and typography. Well, actually, I'm going to show you an example here. As you can see here, in this example, we have big, bright titles on top of provocative and contrasting background. And what creates this? An emotion. And once the emotion is created, it leads to engagement. And that's the main goal of our website, no matter what the content is, right? We want users to feel engaged and to come back onto our website. The next thing I want to point out, and actually I have a question for you. In one sentence, can somebody tell me what is storytelling? One sentence. Any volunteers? Okay, I'll show you a quick example. Yeah? Oh, how to reverse it. Yes. Communicating value. Yes. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. Well, thank you so much. Just me get back to my example here. So, in this, it's a website actually. In this website, you can see the history of cinematography in just about a few scrolls. You can see first it was black and white, then they added colors. Then we have even more special effects like on the matrix. We have different variations of television and so on and so forth. And all of these centuries of cinematography have been represented by few scrolls. And if we have to make any conclusion here, that would be like, in our age, we're overwhelmed of information. You know, we're scrolling constantly through different fields, so social media, website, and so on. So the power of scrollytelling, it's a new terminology in web development, and it's here to stay. I've often seen so many websites adopting this approach. And even me as a developer, sometimes the only way I'm able to represent a story is by using scrollytelling. So the visitor needs to understand what the purpose of this website is and what the content of this website is in just about 2-3 scrolls quickly. Just leave them with impression, give them something that will engage them, and last but not least, make them come back. The third aspect I want to talk with you is fluidity. Well, nowadays, websites are all about fluidity. You know, this animation that flows from right, flows from left, from top, from up, from everywhere. So it's the way how you are opening a new screen after another screen and you are serving the content that is on the website. And I have chosen an example for you here as well. You can see how we are guiding users' attention through the titles, through the images. Of course, it's a speed up one, but still, you get the impression. And now, almost my favorite part, almost, how we can take these ideas, let's call them ideas, and implement them into an actual code, into an actual front end, which is going to do all of these things if we choose to use them. Well, here I have prepared a quick video for you, and I would really ask you to pay attention on it because it consists of, I think, 4 websites, each one of who is built on top of WordPress. So these are WordPress websites, and yet they are super creative. And here you can see the example with the big, bold titles. Of course, it's not necessary to use this. We're not designers anyways, but just as an example, how using typography and colors can actually make the difference, and you can memorize that website. Videos are also here to stay, and it's a fabulous way to quickly introduce the content of the website super quickly and to leave the user with lasting impression that they find out more information about the website super quickly again. All right. And you might actually start to wonder, what are these technologies that we're talking about so much and how we can use them? I'm going to review in just a few seconds. And actually, before share with you these libraries, let's call them libraries because they are actually libraries. If somebody wants to share a library after that, or even during the talk or in the QA session, please be my guest. So let's move forward and see these technologies that we can use to enhance and to level up our WordPress website. Well, one of my favorite here is Barba.js. Maybe this is why I put it on top. It's a JavaScript library which allows us to go through pages without reloading actually the page, which makes first transitions between pages much more faster, and it makes less HTTP requests, which again leads to faster user experience. Also combined with other libraries can lead to super interactive screen openings. The next one is WebGL, which I already know that you're super familiar with it. It's a JavaScript API, which allows us, the developers, to create 2D and even 3D interactions. I'm pretty sure even for those who are not super familiar, you have seen it into, let's say, Google Maps is using WebGL to create this canvas. Another library I would like to mention is 3JS, which is, again, JavaScript library using WebGL to perform different types of interactions. Just Up by Greenstock is actually my favorite, and I often use it to create small interactions and also interactions that are engaged with scrolling. So imagine as we talked a few minutes earlier about scrollytelling, when user scrolls and scrolls, you can review different elements and you can hide them beautifully. So you can create really a whole spectacle using it. Last but not least is Lenny Scroll, which is, of course, there are many libraries like Locomotive Scroll, and you can find out more, you can suggest also, which are making the scrolling experience smooth and nice, so you are not interrupted by shifting screens all the time, but you have this smooth experience. All right. And now, since we have this beautifully packed up front end with all the functionalities, with all the libraries that we have incorporated mindfully, it's time to bring this piece of art into a WordPress. Well, how to do that? I'm going to start by talking a little bit about creating custom WordPress theme, which leads me to another question. How many of you have created fully custom WordPress theme from scratch? That's great. I love to know my audience a bit better. Well, you may know, and for those of you who don't know, that in order to work properly, a WordPress theme needs two essential files. And those are style.css and index.php. But since we are going to create a custom-made and tailor-made WordPress theme that is going to serve to the front end that we have already created, we're going to need a bit much more files in here. Of course, we have header.php, footer.php, which are going to be multiplied and used throughout the website. But first, before we dive into the coding part, we need to do one thing, and that thing is to make ourselves super clear about the content structure. What do I mean by that? Well, actually, I'm going to tell you a story of my own experience. Before a couple of months, I was working on a project which was it was a website built for America's biggest payment providers expert. And we have the front end all packed up. We have all these beautiful interactions, animations, and each page was unique in its own way. So we have truly achieved this goal to provide the visitors of this website with remarkable experience. So me and the team, we have decided that since it's going to be truly unique page, each page is going to be truly unique, we're going to use page templates, right? And we have almost built up everything, and we were like, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks before launch date. And client calls us and says, okay, but we want to be able to tweak around the sections, to move one on top of the other, or to completely erase any of the sections. And you might wonder, well, WordPress can actually do that. It's all about tweaking and connecting and playing with blocks. But since we're creating a truly customized theme here, we are relying on the user experience and on the order that each one of the sections appears in order to provide really engaging storytelling. Anyways, we have started from scratch and we've built it. I'm going to mention how and what we did in a few minutes. But first, I'd like to start with custom post types. I assume that lots of you are familiar with custom post types in here. Yes, raise a hand. All right. So for those of you who don't know, custom post type, well, actually, I'll use an example. WooCommerce's products can be called custom post type. It's a way of organizing content and creating its own way to be reached, like posts, like pages, like products in WooCommerce, and so on. So using custom post types can really elevate the content managing when it comes to, because when you hand over the projects, the client needs to know how to edit all of this content. To give you an example, a friend of mine, which is a cooking blogger, wanted a website, and I was like, of course, we're going to build a website for you. So we built the website, and it was all about recipes, because cooking blogger. Well, I've created a custom post type called recipes, and I labeled it with several custom taxonomies, which complements really well custom post types in order to organize again the content and to make it easier to filter it afterwards. So for example, in her blog, she had a page called recipes, and she has a filter inside of it, and visitors were able to filter through dish type, through time for preparation, which is important, also by needed ingredients and so on and so forth. You get the idea here that once you have set yourself clear about the content and you know what WordPress elements you're going to use in order to combine all of this front end, then you can start actually building it. And to go even a step further, I would like to mention a few words about Gutenberg. Well, again, with this audience, I'm pretty sure that you are familiar with Gutenberg since version 5, correct me if I'm wrong, is the default WordPress editor. Well, of course, in WordPress core, you can see a lot of pre-built Gutenberg blocks. But if we want to relate to this topic or how we can create customized experience, well, we can actually grab each one of website sections and turn it into a Gutenberg block. And it was exactly what we did for this company. I've told you that in the last minute they said, oh, but we want to swipe sections or to erase them or to add two equal sections on top of another and so on and so forth. So by creating custom Gutenberg's block, you can implement your front end or your front end sections in a way that could be like Lego or like puzzle for the clients to pick the pieces together. And of course, as almost everything in programming, Gutenberg's block can be created in several different ways. I'm not going to fall into the technical details because we don't have that much time. But if anyone is interested on how we can create custom Gutenberg's block, feel free to catch up with me after the talk. And since we have knowledge on how to create custom post type and whether we are going to use custom taxonomies that are going to complement this or extend this custom post type, we already know that we might use Gutenberg blocks and to implement our beautifully created front end into the Gutenberg blocks. It's time to create page templates and single files. Well, single files, each custom post type has its dedicated single template, which is responsible for the layout of this custom post type. To make it clear, let's imagine that you have a standard WordPress theme and you have your blog posts. But then you add a new custom post type, and the layout for this custom post type, let's call it projects, for example, it's pretty much the same as the blog posts. But you don't want this. You want inside of your custom post type for projects to showcase your recent work, to add some screenshots, to add some videos. And these are elements that are not represented into the normal blog posts. Well, in this way, you can create single PHP file that is going to be dedicated only for the project custom post type. And if you have wondered how with all of these libraries and heavy front end, we can still have pretty much faster page experience, well, not only by using Gutenberg, but I'm going to give you this as a quick example. Well, Gutenberg, if you decide to have custom blocks, all the scripts and all the styles for this custom block is going to be loaded only if the block is present on the page. So no matter if you have like a library of 100 blocks, and if on a certain page you have 3 blocks, well, you're going to load the scripts and the styles only for those 3 blocks. And of course, yes, because speed matters, and you don't have all of this crazy HTML markup that pretty much maybe each of the team builders wrote on a page. And by this, I want to wrap it up super quickly and to actually tell you that creating uniqueness and creativity can be done by WordPress, and the only thing that can stop you. Might be your imagination or your skills, but skills are something that you can gain anytime, so dedicate time if you want to have a bit more creative and tailor-made experience. So thank you so much for listening.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. So we have the questions and answers section, and if you have any questions, please raise up your hand. Okay, I'm counting 1. Who has the mic, please? Okay. Someone is going to get the mic to you to ask your questions. Please, we are going to be taking one question. This is the first person, okay? We're going to be taking one question per person, please.
You can always catch up with me after the talk.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a quick question. How does any of this work with accessibility? Like if a person has accessibility issues, how do they use like the long scroll telling site that you need to scroll, you need to be able to see it?
Yes, yes. Thank you for the question. It's a really important question because we need to make sure that web is accessible for everyone, right? When we are building the front end of our websites, we can use best practices like adding data attributes, so we can ensure that screen readers knows exactly where the user is. So it could be buttons, it could be sections, or it could be titles on the anchors, so user knows exactly where they are and what they are going to open if they click on this. So it could be implemented directly into our front end, and it's to say that way, it's in the front-end garden to be done before starting with the team. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, next person, please. Just give it.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I'm assuming that you're presenting some kind of design to the client before you actually start building.
Yes.
How do you design or how do you present moving designs to the client? What workflow do you use for that?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's also a really good one. Well, you know, with these modern technologies, like even, for example, using Figma, you can present interactions, or you can use Adobe's products as well to make a quick preview on how is it going to look at the very end. Of course, not every client and not every website is suitable for huge animations. You need to talk this with the client as well, and you need to see which is their target audience at first, and this is the most important thing. And then it's all about testing, showing, and communicating. Thank you so much for the question.
All right. Next person, please.
Hello, and first of all, sorry if you mentioned this and I didn't catch up, but what you mentioned building custom blocks on Gutenberg, and my question is, all your front-end applications run in a React app, or do you also create custom blocks that render PHP and you use the PHP to show the front-end while the blocks are created in the React Native WordPress?
Yes, it's also a very good question, and as I mentioned, there are always more than one way to do so. The question is speaking itself. So again, it depends on the project scope and on the technologies we would like to involve into this project. It could be done by native React blocks using native Gutenberg blocks using React, and we can start building up the front end according to the blocks that we are going to render at the very end. But it also, and it happened in my experience as well, to receive already built front end that it's not meant to be sliced into Gutenberg blocks. So that way I use the second approach that you have mentioned. And you can do this by using, for example, advanced custom fields even. It's also an option to create blocks with advanced custom fields. So again, depends on the scope and depends on if you're starting from scratch, from the discovery phase, Or if you're receiving some really, really beautifully assembled front end and you need to quickly decide how you're going to implement it into WordPress. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay,
Hello?
I think we have...
Hello?
Okay.
Hi, hello.
Hi. Is this design approach effective on smaller screens as well, or is it more targeted on larger screens?
Also a very good question. Well, again, it depends on the target audience, but of course we are trying, and I believe it's the best to try to keep as much as you can, but again, keeping in mind that too many animations and interactions can be really overwhelming into a smaller screen. So even it could be a way to just complement the desktop website with smaller interactions, or even I have seen, and even in my experience, I have built such solutions. If the animation or the interaction is too complicated, you just guide the user even to rotate the screen, either to open it on a desktop. It really depends again on the project and what the client or the person you are building this project wants to achieve with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Do you have a recommendation for a tool that designer can use to present animation to developer? So like developer can look animation, see the timing, easing, and everything else that we developers need to write in CSS, and we cannot guess.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you too. You just described a day of my life. You know? I believe it's a pain in the, when talking with a designer talking with the developer or developer talking with the designer, because in my experience, designers, when they see the final implementation of their ideas, they were like, but I was not imagining it like this. What did you do? When I'm like, okay, but you haven't shown me any examples or you haven't shown me anything. So to answer properly your question, maybe it's a way of communication, and it's a way of combining different tools, such as Figma, as I mentioned before. I'm not a designer, but I'm pretty sure that there are much more tools that designers can use in order to provide information as clear as possible. Because even using reference websites, even this is an option to say if the designer has seen something and imagines it in a certain way on our website, it's an option to just show you the reference website, and you can communicate over the idea and how it's going to be implemented.
There is no magic tool.
No, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but
okay.
Unfortunately.
Next person. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
I work for a big publisher. We have mainly big news websites who need to be very scannable, and I would say they are all pretty boring. Have you ever found something that can make a website scannable, yet make it creative? Because I find it very hard to make creative news websites where everything is just a card, maybe with a background or a carousel.
All right, get your question. Well, remember when I spoke about colors and typography? These are really simple tools. They're not overloaded with huge interactions. But you can really make a difference, and you can guide readers' attentions for headings, different font sizes. You can use different colors also to engage. You can make it even a bit further with, let's say, small easings and small transitions each time when the user opens up a new page, a news they want to read. But tweak with the details. If you don't have the scene for astonishing interactions, tweak with the details, because it's in the details.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Any more questions? Okay, we have one.
Thank you very much for the talk.
Thank you too.
I have a question about focus. If things move, you were talking about animation and transitions, and we all know if something moves, the people look to the things that move. So what do you do with clients that see, oh, now we can animate things, and they want to animate or transition things that shouldn't get the focus because it's not the content, but some fancy images or things like that. So they are the user is looking at the wrong things because they do not should look at beautiful pictures. They should see and read the content.
Yes, indeed. Well, again, it's more like when the designer and the client are talking about the final result they want to achieve and on which elements they want to focus users' attentions on. Because, of course, we can overdo it with lots of animations and interactions that are going only to overwhelm the user and will make them exit the website. But when used right, interactions can navigate users' attention and to make them like focus on the things we want them to focus on. For example, like if you open, let's say, some e-commerce website, you see how the add to cart button is in different color, is in different size. It might use even different typography just to stand out, just to be different. And of course, for an e-commerce website, that's the main goal. We want visitors to become clients, to purchase something and to finalize their order. So it's about getting clear idea on what is the main result that we want to achieve when a visitor opens up the website. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you. That's the last question we can take. Our time is almost up. If you have other questions later, you could reach out to the speaker and
be around.
Ask her directly. I'm sure you have a more engaging conversation that time. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you,
round of applause for the speaker, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are getting ready for the next session. We have a few announcements to make. If you are interested in contributing, the contributing area, you have to, when you come out, take your left and take the lift to level 2 as well. Okay? And we will be... Sorry?
Don't forget her gift. Her gift.
Yeah. Okay, we quickly have a presentation to make. I'll call on the speaker, please. Want to give her a little gift? Please, a round of applause, please. All right. We want to say thank you very much for being here and for talking. I learned a lot. I have questions, though, that I would ask much later, but yeah, of course, definitely. Thank you very much for coming, and we really do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Remember, if you've not gotten your swag yet, please go to the swag table at the info desk, and you should be given your swag for WordCamp. And then, if you've lost anything, the first place to check is the lost and found desk, okay? And if you see anything, please, it's not finders keepers. If you find it, please return it to the lost and found desk so we have people who would take it to their respective owners. And we should get ready for the next session shortly. Okay, I think that's in 15 minutes, right? In how many languages is WordPress translated into? If you know the answer, please go to, wow. Yes, go to the community booth and just answer them, and they will take care of the rest. Thank you very much.
Tom.
Kingsley?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. All right, you're welcome. We are about to begin session 2. Shortly, we'll be bringing on the speaker to talk to us about another topic. But before that, I just quickly want to run through some information for you. All right. There are lots of sponsors out there. You could see these sponsors make it possible for us to have this event, and we encourage you to reach out, go through the booth, see what they have to offer. Myself, I've gone through 1 or 2 of them and have some of my questions, burning questions answered. So I suggest you do the same if you've not. And while at it, grab a few swag here and there. Just, it's all part of the event, and have fun out there. In between sessions, feel free to network and reach out to other people as well. Okay? There's a wellness track at level 1 with yoga at 8:15 in the morning. So if you are that kind of person, feel free to join in the sessions. There's also Tai Chi, and for those who are at that level, you should also join them. And there is a group hike. Well, that's one I would never join. My legs are not just cut out for that. So, but then it's good for those who are who love such kind of sport. I think it starts by 6. Every of the events is a first come first serve basis. So please go there as early as possible. And once again, for those who are just coming in, my name is Kingsley, and this is the first time I'm at a WordCamp. So forgive me if I'm not as fluid as the best MCs in the world, but we are going to be, thank you very much. We are going to quickly be welcoming the next speaker. Her name is Laura, and Laura is joining us from the UK. So today, Laura is going to be talking about freelancers' guide to client onboarding. I was myself a freelancer as well, so this is really an interesting topic you need to listen to. Okay, she's a designer and founder of 3 products: Client Portal, Design Academy, and Project Park. I am sure Laura was going to talk more about these different sites and the project and what they do and how you can also use them to benefit. You can benefit from them as well. So most Plungit founders she knew were developers. And then, as a designer with limited technical skills, it was a challenge in the early days, okay? So basically, what Laura is trying to do is to fill a gap and bring her design skills to bear. I think somebody asked a question in the last session about how designers and developers can work together, to bring about the reality of a design. She's going to be talking a lot more about that, so sit back, relax, and listen to that. Like I said, this talk is for freelancers, so if you have a freelancing business that you're working on, you want to listen to her, you want to learn the tips, you want to learn how to build your business and scale up from there. And if you have any questions, please just keep them. We have a 15 minutes window where you can ask your questions at the end of this session, and Laura will be happy to answer all your questions. So please, with a round of applause, please let's welcome Laura to the stage while she talks to us on the Freelancer's Guide to Client Onboarding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. I know there were a few really great sessions at this time, so the fact that you're all here in this one is a really, really big compliment. So my goal is to make you feel like you made a good choice by coming today. I'm going to be talking about the Freelancer's Guide to Client Onboarding. Now, I don't need to introduce myself because I just had a wonderful introduction there, so I'm just going to get right into it. Today, I'm going to show you how you can design an onboarding process that wins you more projects, delights your clients, and solves some of your biggest client headaches. So it's a tall order. And the presentation has 3 parts. So the first part, I'm going to really briefly go through what onboarding is and why it's important, just to get everybody on the same page, so really, really quickly go through this. Then I'm going to talk about the 4 things that make a really great onboarding process. And then in part 3, which is the meat of the presentation, I'm going to go through an example of a really good onboarding process that you can copy and use in your own projects. So what is onboarding and why is it important? Well, onboarding is basically the process that moves a person from being a lead into being a client. Now, a lot of people see onboarding as just that part where a proposal has been accepted and you are getting the client familiar with working with you and starting the project. I actually see onboarding right from first contact all the way till the project starts. So I see it as a slightly longer process. And onboarding is really, really important. I think it's one of the most important things you can do, and that's for three main reasons. First off, you can set expectations during the onboarding. So you can basically prevent so many problems that freelancers have during the onboarding stage. Some of the most common problems that I get asked about all the time are things like clients who are micromanaging, clients who are, there's scope creep happening where they're trying to get more things into the project that they haven't budgeted for. And you can prevent a lot of those things. And actually, prevention is much better than trying to fix them as they actually happen. And you can do that in the onboarding. Secondly, onboarding makes you look really good. So first impressions are so, so important. And how you start the project is really going to set the scene for how the rest of the project goes. If you start on the right foot, your client is going to think really well of you throughout the whole project. If you have a bad first impression, it's a lot harder to recover from. So it just makes sense to just try and get yourself started, get yourself the best first impression that you can. And finally, onboarding is a really quick win. So it doesn't take much to have an onboarding process in place. You don't need anything too fancy. You can get it done really, really quickly. And also the onboarding for every client stays the same for basically everybody. So it can just be, it's kind of like the low-hanging fruit, if you like. So that's what onboarding is and why it's important. Now I'm going to go through the 4 things that make a really good onboarding process, or really a really good process in general. So a great onboarding process should be useful, it should be reusable, it should be profitable, and it should be delightful. And what I mean by those is, by useful, I mean it should be useful for your clients. So there shouldn't be any fluff in it. We're not doing an onboarding process just to tick a box. You're doing it because you want your clients to actually find it useful. So if it's not useful, it doesn't need to be there. But also it needs to be useful for you as well as a business owner, because as a freelancer, you wear a lot of different hats. You're trying to do marketing, you're trying to do case studies and all these different things alongside doing your client work, and that can be really challenging. But you can bake into your onboarding process things that are going to really help you with all of these. And a really good example is something like testimonials. So a lot of people don't realize that actually during the onboarding stage is a really good opportunity for you to ask for a testimonial. You don't have to wait till the end of the project. And actually at the start of the project, it can be a really good idea to ask for one because the client is really excited and you've made a fantastic first impression. You can also set the scene for creating a case study. So you can have maybe a questionnaire or something in place so you can create your case study throughout the entire project rather than just trying to do it and remember at the end everything that you went through. So next, it should be reusable. This one's pretty obvious. You want to reuse as much of your onboarding process as possible because that's going to save you time. You don't want to be redoing the same things over and over and over again. It just doesn't make sense, and you don't really have the time for that. But actually, I'd argue more importantly, making things reusable makes it easier for you to delegate things out. So if you don't already have some kind of assistant, I think that an assistant, the onboarding, getting an assistant to take over the onboarding for you is one of the easiest things that you can outsource. And I really think every freelancer should probably get an assistant sooner than they think. I didn't, and I really, really regret it. I think even with a couple of hours a day, having someone help you with these tasks that you put in place is just going to take so much off your plate. Interesting. Okay. Well, the other one was that it needs to be profitable. So this one's pretty obvious, but like I said, I talk about the process being from first contact to the start of the project. So you want to actually win that project first and foremost. But you also want to bake in things into your onboarding process that can help you make a profit later on. So the thing I always like to remember is that every lead is a contact. And even if you don't end up working with that client, you should still be saving them somewhere. If you don't already have some kind of CRM, which is basically a database to store people, you should create one, even if it's just a spreadsheet. And every time you do a discovery call with a client, even if they don't accept the project, they should be a lead in your database, because as you're growing your freelance business, you're going to be becoming more proactive in reaching out to people, and you need a network of people that you can reach out to when you have different offerings available. And so baking these little things like this into your process that you can't rely on yourself to remember as you're doing it is just going to be really helpful for you long term. And then finally, it should be delightful. So experience is really important, and I think it's something that as freelancers we tend to forget. I used to work in a design agency, an in-person one, and we used to bring clients in, and we used to, give them spreads of food and show them presentations like with the big boards, kind of like Mad Men style, and they loved it. And they would pay so much more money to work for the agency than they would potentially have to pay a freelancer, but they did it because they liked the experience. And I'm not saying that freelancers need to do any of that. We tend to work remotely, so it doesn't always work out. But I think if you can bake in little bits of your process, you can bake tiny bits of delight, it's going to really, really help you and build those relationships that last for a really long time. So now we're going to get into the example. So this is my 6-step onboarding process, and you might be doing a lot of this already, but these are really the 6 steps that I would do every time a lead first contacts me to when the project begins. So step 1, we want to first qualify the client, and that basically means that we want to weed out any bad fits as quickly as possible, because I'm sure we've all been there where we've spent time and effort doing a call, writing a proposal, and then you find out the client had a budget of, like 50 euros or something like that. And it's really, really frustrating because you just feel like you've wasted a ton of time. So you want to kind of get rid of those if you can, and just pull through the people who are going to make really, really good clients for you. But the second goal really is you want to respond as quickly as you can. So when you're knee-deep in client work, it's really hard sometimes to respond to all these new leads that come in. But responding quickly is so important because, now I'm on the other side of freelancing. I tend to hire freelancers more than, I don't work as a freelancer anymore. I tend to hire them. And there's something about that first freelancer who responds to me that almost automatically shortlists them. And back when I was freelancing, I didn't respond quickly because I didn't want to seem like I was too desperate or too keen. And now looking back, I can see that was a big mistake. Responding quickly is a really easy way to just get yourself that little bit ahead if a client is potentially looking at a few other freelancers alongside you. So this is what you want to do. When a new lead contacts you, you basically just want to have a series of templated emails ready to send out. Now, I know there's a lot of information on this slide, so don't worry too much. Basically, I had to cut a lot out of this talk to get it to fit within 30 minutes. But what I've done is I've written down these 4 email templates that I think everybody needs as a minimum. So we've got the initial response email where we've got 5 pre-qualifying questions to make sure that they have the budget, they have the deadline, and a few other things to make sure that they're a good fit working with you. You have a template that if they do not pass that initial response, and you think, no, they're not a good fit, you want to have a really nice rejection template that doesn't burn any bridges, because remember, every lead is still a contact. They might not be a great fit for you now. That does not mean that they're not going to be a great fit for you one day in the future. Then, if they are a good fit, you want to have another templated email to book a discovery call, and how that'll work, what the schedule is. And then finally, you want a templated follow-up email to just nudge them to book that call. And I've got a link to download these templates at the end. There's no catch, I don't ask for an email address or anything like that. I just couldn't fit them into the presentation. So now we've done the qualifying the client. Let's say, okay, they're a great fit, we want to work with them. Now we're going to book a discovery call with them. And some people don't think discovery calls are important. I personally think they are, and that's for 3 reasons. First off, you're going to build rapport with people. So we're working with people, and I think any opportunity you can have to humanize yourself and humanize them and build a kind of connection is going to be really helpful. I think in person is the best kind of thing you can do for basically everything. Every good thing that's happened in my business has usually come down to some kind of in-person event or some kind of relationship that I've made. As a freelancer, in-person isn't often possible. So the next best thing is to get on a call where you can see their face, they can see yours, and you can chat. You also want to provide value on this call, so show them how great it would be to work with you, but without necessarily turning it into a consulting call. So another thing that freelancers often say to me is they do these calls, they're really, really helpful, and they're spending like an hour, 2 hours, maybe even more, just helping the client, giving them so much information, and they're super, super pumped. And then their client doesn't even hire them. And they're so disheartened because they feel really, really taken advantage of. So when you're doing these calls, you want to have them mapped out and remember that it's your responsibility to make sure the call only lasts maybe 30 minutes, 45, whatever you decide. Keep it on schedule. So have something templated in your script, in your head, for when you feel it turning into a more consulting call, you can then push it to maybe say something like, oh, this is a really great topic, I'd love to get into it with you even more. Let me send you some information about this package that I've got that could really help you. And you can send them a package to book a consulting hour or 2 hours with you. So that's another thing that's really important with the call. And then finally, you want to get all the information that you need for your proposal. So I'll talk about this next, but we're going to be writing the proposal immediately after the call. So I actually think throughout the call, really the most important thing is the follow-up afterwards. And the reason I think this is the most important part is because, first off, hopefully, this is where your client's most excited. But secondly, this is something that no one really does, at least in my experience, even though it's so, so easy. So what you want to do is you want to do 3 things. You want to follow up via email immediately. Just send one quick email that said, it was so great talking to you. I'm really excited about this project. I'm going to be working on the proposal today, and I'll get it to you tomorrow. That's it. And then hit send. In my experience, people don't do this. And it's so disappointing as the client because you don't really feel as valued. The next thing you want to do is add them to your CRM. So I say this a lot. And then the third thing, you're going to write your proposal straight after the call while it's fresh in your mind, and you're going to proofread and send the following day. Which leads me to step 3, so the proposal. 2 goals here. You want to show how great you would be to work with, and this is basically because you are saying, I'm going to get this proposal over to you tomorrow. You are then going to get that proposal to them tomorrow. I think doing it quickly is really important. Don't make them wait too long because you might miss that moment that they're really excited. And secondly, you, of course, want to win the proposal. So I recommend everybody block out time. If you use Calendly or some kind of calendar scheduling tool, block out an hour, maybe just 30 minutes after the call to write the proposal. And hopefully you've got all the information you need. You would have a really solid proposal template where most of it is the same, and you can just quickly add things that you need to throughout the process. So you need a really good process for writing proposals. Don't put it off like I used to do. Just get it done straight away. Nobody likes writing proposals. But make sure you wait. Sleep on it, send it the next day, because you want to give it a quick proofread to notice any mistakes, and then send it. So then, let's say proposal gets accepted. So we're going to send them the paperwork, send them the deposit, send them the contract. This one's super, super easy. Basically, you want to get paid, and you want to cover yourself if there's any problems. So getting paid a deposit is another thing that I hear a lot that is really hard for a lot of freelancers, because most people aren't ready to work with their client right there and then. They may be available a couple of months in advance, but they need the deposit then, right? So you can secure it into your calendar. But a client is thinking, well, if I'm not going to start for a couple of months, what incentive is there to pay now? I'm just going to pay in a couple of months. So I use this email a lot. It doesn't work all the time, but it definitely helps. And there's a couple of things in this email that I think really helped it, where we say, you know, I can't start till May or whatever month, but we can start working together now. I'll get familiar with your business. You can do some data collection homework, all these things that we've got to get started. So we can start working together now, which helps them pay their deposit right there and then. And then I say, sound good? If so, as soon as the deposit has been paid, we'll get going. And then I add this bit at the end that just says, slots do tend to follow up quickly, so I recommend paying the deposit as soon as you're able to secure your spot. And, you know, like I said, this doesn't work all the time, but it does work some of the time, especially if you have a expiration date for your proposal, because then you can send a couple of follow-up emails to that date to create a little bit of urgency. You know, you can say there's other people waiting, so your spot's going to go, and, you know, you really need to pay it now if you want to get that booked in. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit of a longer wait. So the next step, once we've sent all the paperwork and hopefully got paid, is we're going to set up our working environment. I like to do this as soon as the deposit's been paid. And this is another reason that having an assistant is going to be super, super helpful, because they can do all this for you and just make all these checks to make sure that you are ready from day one to get going. And really the goals for the setup are to preempt any common problems. So things like, can you log into things you need to log into? Have they sent you a Google link? Do you have the correct sharing permissions? All that kind of stuff that I don't know if you've experienced it, but I have so many times where I've been getting started. I'm so finally able to start a project. I try and open a Google link, and it says, oh, you need to request access from the client. And it's so frustrating because often they're not in the same time zone, so I've blocked out this time, and it makes me look bad, right? So you want to preempt all of these as soon as you can, and just basically be ready to go from day one. Makes you look super, super professional. And so the way I do this is pretty simple. I set up a structure of folders on my computer. So I usually have 3 phases for a project. This is for a website project where I'd have a discovery phase, which is all the research, the homework. I'd have the website. This is the meat of the project. And then I'd have documents and assets, so all those brand assets and contracts and all that kind of stuff in there. And, oh, this slide doesn't work either. And so this slide was a slide for a tool I use called Post Haste. But don't worry, because in the link at the end, I think I linked to it as well. But there's a tool called Post Haste, and it's a free tool. And it basically just allows you to create templates of your folder structures. So you can just one click have them populated every time you get a new project. So it makes it super, super easy. And then the other thing I'd recommend when you're doing this welcome packet is to just have a single, or getting the documents set up, can't remember, or working environment, is just try and have a single source of truth for each client project. So have somewhere where the client can go to access everything. And this could be a Dropbox folder, it could be a Google Drive folder, it doesn't really matter where. The plugin that I have is like basically to solve this problem, but it's, you know, a portal plugin, but you could use a project management tool or something like that, just as long as your client has somewhere to access all those things, whether it's a link, a file, contract, the deliverables, whatever it might be. And then finally, the last thing that I like to do for my onboarding is to send a welcome packet, and this is my favorite part. Welcome packets basically level expectations. So we talked at the start about any common problems that you see cropping up throughout your project. Have a think about them. They might be different for everybody, but there should be something in your welcome packet that tries to preempt them before they potentially happen. So if scope creep's a big issue, then can you have something in there that says, hey, here's what to do. If the scope increases in the project, that's totally fine. But here's the process and how we get this new feature added and quoted for and added to the timeline. The welcome packet also helps start the project. So if you have things for your client to do, intake questionnaires, or maybe they need to write the content for the website, they can start that there. And then finally, I think a welcome packet is a really good way to kind of surprise and delight them, because not many people do this. And it just shows your client that, hey, you're a professional, you've done this before, you know what you're doing. And it's just really nice, because a lot of the time the experience of working with freelancers might be a little bit, might seem a little bit unorganized. And that's obviously because freelancers are busy, they're doing a lot. But to the client, it may seem a little bit unorganized. So it's always nice if you are working with a freelancer who seems to just know what they're doing and they've done this before. So I collect welcome packets because I love them. This is my friend Franz. He sends these to his client. It's just basically some printouts of information about how he works, and he sends them like this really nice little bar of chocolate to just welcome their clients into working with them. I thought that was a really nice idea. I also recently got a quote to get our garden, to get a deck for our garden, and they sent us this welcome packet, and it had these things like the process timeline. So a lot of the time, clients don't know what the process of working with a web designer or a developer might be, so have a process timeline. It's got some success stories, an agenda for the meeting. They even have a little magazine. They actually even sent us a hamper with like champagne and chocolates and all that kind of stuff. You don't have to go to that extreme. I actually recommend most people with their welcome packets start with a Google Doc, a nicely formatted Google Doc that you can change and edit and tweak until you've got something that really, really works for both you and your clients is the best thing that you can do. And you can then polish that up later on if you need to. So here are some other things that could be included in a welcome packet. I'm going to whiz through them because I'm short on time, but you could have a getting started guide. You can put your paperwork in there. Information gathering, client homework. Any useful links is really important to maybe if you use, I don't know, Pinterest for collecting inspiration or something. And then any handy guides. So this is for things that, you know, if you struggle with, your client doesn't give you great feedback, could you have a little guide on how to give great feedback that you can really use? And finally, we want to use this as an opportunity to just build a little bit of delight into your process. So I always like sending a welcome gift. I see loads of people do this, and I just think it's really nice. You can send, like Franz did, some chocolate. One of my friends I know, he sends a book, you know, a really good book that's been really integral to his business. He'll send that to his client. Some people send coffee beans. This is Lauren Hooker from Ellen Company. She sends a gift card to a local coffee shop or a Starbucks, and just with a note that says, hey, I'm really excited to work with you. I know you need to write your content, and that's really, really hard, but just take a morning, use this gift card, go to your coffee shop and get your content written for me. And I just think that's a really nice touch. But also remember that being thoughtful and building delight doesn't have to cost you money. You don't always have to buy things. Just be thoughtful throughout the whole process. So always be thinking about how you can help your clients, how you can build connections throughout. Be really, really helpful. And that's just a really nice way to be memorable to your clients. So that's my 6-step onboarding process. And basically, when you're designing your own, you need to ask yourself, is it useful? Is it reusable? Is it profitable? And is it delightful? And if it does all these 4 things, then you've got a great process on your hands. So I would recommend everybody, if you haven't already, spend some time planning out your onboarding experience. So from first contact, it doesn't have to be as fancy as this, just scribble it down, spend a morning in a coffee shop, in your favorite coffee shop, buy yourself a gift card, and just spend a morning or an afternoon thinking about every interaction that you have with your clients, down to the most minute detail, and see the parts that you could template or make reusable. And it's going to really, really help you. It shouldn't take a lot of time. The emails, I think, are the most important things to template. The other stuff, you can do gradually. So that's it from me. Thank you so much for joining me. Like I said, I've got extras here, thank you, if you want to download them. The link is bit.ly WCEU-LE. That's an L, not an I. But yeah, I appreciate you coming, and yeah, thanks very much.
All right, thank you. A round of applause, please. That was great.
Thank you.
I guess the audience, they're itching to ask you questions because we need to get more clients and make more money. So that's very important. So if you have any questions, please, let me see your hands. Okay, 1. Anybody else? 2, 3, and 4. Okay, let's start with those 4. First person, please. Sorry, the mic?
Oh.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Kevin Roberts, by the way.
Oh, hello.
I noticed in the slide when you showed the email templates, it seemed like you were using one of those automator template things. Do you use something like, I forget the name of it.
Yeah. There's a couple. So there's Text Expander.
Yeah, it looked like that.
Yeah, so that's the really big one that's like super great, so many features. The one in the screenshot was actually one called Atext.
Which I've used both, and I've switched to Atext as well.
Yeah, Atext is so much. I think it's like $5 a year or something. It's really cheap.
You can get a lifetime for like $20 and use it on
yeah.
different things. It's really cheap.
And it ultimately does the same thing as Text. Like, it doesn't have all the features of Text Expander, but I really like Atext because it just does what you need it to do, which is have these templates there. So yeah, there's that. And now I use Help Scout just because I use Help Scout for my emails, and that's got the saved replies in there as well. But yeah, Atext is great, or Text Expander is really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next person. Okay.
Hello? It's here?
Oh.
Go ahead, please.
You mentioned already uncomfortable situation when a client has a low budget. How do you filter that in the nice way so client will not feel uncomfortable because you already starting speaking about the budget, and you don't want to spend 1 hour, time, and they have just $50?
Yeah, so in the pre-qualifying email, one of the questions is, do you have a budget and is it over X? And I think the budget thing is really difficult because we're often told, ask the client the budget, don't tell or show your prices, which makes sense to a point, but a lot of clients don't know what their budget is because they don't know what a website, for example, should cost. So it can be really difficult to ask that. And so I find having, is it over X amount, is a really good way to just make sure that they're in the range. Or you could say, is it between X and Y? Or you could say, websites vary wildly. It could be anything from this to that. Does this sound about within your range? And if so, whereabouts? And that kind of gives them a starting point, because I've been in the situation where I'm trying to get a quote for a project, and they ask me my budget, and I say, I don't know. Like, I don't want to offend you by saying something really low. I don't want to say something crazy high in case you think, oh, there we go, I'll just say that. So I sort of see it from both sides. So that's how I go about that. And then if they say no, I think it's perfectly reasonable to say, unfortunately, I can't work with that budget. I always try to recommend them elsewhere. I might either recommend them to someone I know who could work within that budget range, or maybe even just say, you might need to try Upwork or something. Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, next person. The mic, please.
Hi. You mentioned you have a plugin to do all that, right?
Sort of. The plugin is it's really a place to store deliverables. So it's basically if you have a welcome packet and you have all the different files and folders and links dotted around everywhere, it basically just keeps it all together for your client. So they just have one login and they can see everything. It's not a project management tool in the sense that it doesn't do any of it doesn't have any of those extra bells and whistles. Mostly because I found when I had project management tools, my clients weren't using them. So I switched to something a little bit more simple. But yeah, it just keeps it all together. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there was one more person. Okay, please.
Hi there. How do you handle like clients that are slightly bigger? Maybe they have like an RFP or something where they want you to kind of go down deeper. Do you kind of put them into your process, or do you kind of work a bit around? Just maybe some stuff on there.
So with RFPs, I've never answered them personally, because when I worked in an agency, I learned, and I don't know if this is just either, maybe it's England, I don't know, but I found that with RFPs, a lot of the time, they already know who they are going to work with, and they just have to get other quotes. They have to get X amount of quotes from people, and so you almost never end up winning them, so I always just ignored them. If you did need to do that, I think, to be honest, it's a little bit out of my expertise range, because the only time I've answered one was when I worked at an agency, and we had the team members available, and they'd take like maybe a junior member of the team to work on the RFP, and then they'd have it signed off by a senior member. I think it's easier for agencies to do that route, but I'm sure there are people who do it successfully. I wouldn't actually be able to help much with that because I've never done it. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you. Somebody at the back, please.
Hello.
Hello.
How do you differentiate your onboarding process based on whether the client is like non-tech savvy or whether someone needs to speed things up because they are comfortable with onboarding themselves? And meaning that I have seen cases that they feel the onboarding process is really slow because it's really in-depth and welcoming for a non-tech savvy person, but they are frustrated just because of that. And on the other hand, if you try to speed it up, it's much more difficult for a non-tech savvy person. So how do you differentiate between these two types of clients?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think for my onboarding process, it was never too slow. I think the only thing I would potentially do is if I had a really non-tech savvy client, I would maybe add in an extra call, which would be more of a welcome call where I would go through the onboarding process with them. So, I would go through, because I would send the documents, and then it's really up to the client whether they read them or not. If I got the feeling that this client really had never done the project before, and I think one of the questions in the initial question email might be, have you worked on a project like this before? That kind of gives me an indication of how much hand-holding they might need. I might just spend some time and book in an extra call with them and go through all these problems and how it works and go through that way. But I would recommend probably having your onboarding process be really, really fast and streamlined, but slowing it down if you think a client needs it, rather than having it really slow and then speeding it up if you feel a client doesn't need it, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do we have other questions, please? Okay, quick.
Hi.
Hi.
I just have a question about when you send a proposal. I learned actually two other tricks that when you send a proposal, make a short video explaining the proposal, send it together. So it's not just a written document.
Yeah, so interestingly, yesterday I was I'm in a Facebook group that's for freelancers, and they were talking about actually presenting their proposals on a call in person. And I found that was quite interesting, actually, because it's not something, unless you do paid discovery, which is basically where the client pays you to do a proposal, which for that garden design company is exactly what happened. We paid them to do a proposal. I'm actually very pro paid discovery. It's just too much, to go into in the talk. But yeah, I think anything that you can do with like a welcome video is a great idea to just walk them through it. Or I'd maybe even change, what I say and say, maybe go through the proposal on a call with them and get them to commit to it there and then. But that's not something I've tried, but I can see it working really well. But the video is a great idea because it's like a mix between the two, right? It's not a live call that you have to do, but it's not just sending a proposal and hoping for the best. So
yeah,
it's a good idea.
Maybe in the admin bar.
Sorry?
In the admin bar is the group.
That's exactly it. Yeah, that's it. You saw the same thread.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to watch that again. That was great.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have any advice on writing contracts? And do you ever skip the contract completely? Or how do you simplify it enough for the client where it's not intimidating?
So I think that's a good question. With contracts, what I did, and unfortunately this isn't available anymore, so I can't point you to the link, but there was a service where it wasn't a service, they had a contract, and then they had a guide to the contract, where the contract was rewritten in plain English that just explained what each term meant. And I went through it, and where you need to tweak it, it was for freelancers, where you need to, I think it was Paul Jarvis, if anyone remembers him, years and years ago, he did a lot for freelancers. And that was really helpful for me because I felt like, before I had a contract that was kind of a standard one that I'd found, but if a client ever challenged me about any of it, I don't know if I'd be able to really say, oh, yeah, what that was. So I really liked being confident in knowing what each part of the contract was for and why it was there. That said, with contracts, it's really difficult because depending on the price of your projects, how enforceable they are is, I've never been in the process where I've had to enforce one. And when you're working with clients in different countries, I think unless you're doing like really, really big projects, I don't even know if it would be worth enforcing it, like if a client didn't pay, like I don't know what you could do. So it's one of those things where I think, yes, it's important to have a contract because, it just adds a little bit of cover for you. In practice, how much it would help you, I don't know, because you'd have to get a lawyer. It costs a lot of money. Maybe it would cost more than the proposal itself. It depends what you're charging. I don't know if I would not have a contract. Yeah, it's difficult. I think that's just something you'd have to decide for yourself. Yeah, you could potentially not have a contract and just go for it, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, please? Okay, we have one.
Hi, Laura. Really great talk. Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When you come to proposals, there's acceptance, rejection, and ghosting. What happens with, what sort of process do you go through when you immediately get an email saying, oh, thanks, I'll be in touch, and then, like chasing it and what have you, so you know what I mean? Yeah.
I know what you mean. I do have a couple of follow-up emails that I'll send. Usually you can kind of tell if they're not really going for it. If you really think they're just ghosting you, I would, instead of trying to win them back, I personally would try to get to the bottom of why. So I'd say something like, it looks like you're not interested or you found something else. Would you mind telling me why it didn't work out? Just to get feedback for me to know, where did I go wrong in the process? I think that would be more valuable than actually even winning the project in a lot of cases because, you don't always know like what you're doing. You know, you think you're doing everything right, and you don't know what your client's thinking. But yeah, the ghosting is really, really tough. The other thing I would say is that's why the pre-qualifying is really important. And hopefully by the time you get to the discovery call, you know, if your website's really good as well, and that's going to help have your clients hopefully ready to work with you, you would hopefully be fairly confident in the discovery call. And then if not, if it doesn't work out, you don't want to have spent much time writing the proposal. So it's why I recommend maybe like 30 minutes max to write the proposal after the call, have it super, super templated and a couple of follow-up emails, and then just use it as a bit of a learning experience. And like I say, the way I just try to think of these things, just to make me not too depressed when they happen, because they do happen, is that every call is another practice at a sales call. And every person that you interact with can be added, and they might end up using you in the future. Like, it's not wasted. As long as you haven't put too much time and effort into it, it's not fully wasted. But you can't control whether a client gets back to you or whether they accept the proposal. You can only control what you're doing and giving the best proposal that you can and doing the best process and just trying to like get feedback on like how you're doing, and then doing things like learning about sales, learning about how to do calls, and just keep practicing. But I don't think there's really another easy answer for it, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I felt exactly the same. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
just very quickly follow up on what sort of like timescales do you kind of go like, okay, I've not heard back in like 2 weeks or something. Is there any sort of timescale? Sorry, that's a follow-up question.
I don't have a specific timescale. I suppose I think, yeah, 2 weeks I think sounds reasonable. It depends on the size of the project as well, though, and the size of the budget. Like bigger projects, bigger budgets, bigger companies might have a different process that could take longer. So it's going to be a little bit of trial and error. You know, if it's kind of a smaller company, maybe you're just talking to the founder, I would say 2 weeks is reasonable. If it's a bigger company, maybe you would want to find out from them what their process is for getting things like this approved, because there might be extra steps you need to take. It might take a little bit longer, and all that kind of thing. So yeah, 2 weeks to 4 weeks, I would say. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'm afraid that's all the questions we can take. Thank you, Laura, once again. Please, a round of applause. That was wonderful. I totally enjoyed that from you. Thank you so much. And we have a little token for you, a little gift for you. But first, please just head over to tech so they can take the mic off. All right, thank you, everyone. And that should be the end of the session. But before you go, quick information for you. There's another WordPress Connect session at the Trianti balcony. You can go to level 2, and to get there, you should take a lift from track 1, and it should take you there. So please, if you want to be part of that session, do head over there. We'll be talking about 5 for the future. How can someone become a sponsored contributor, and how a company can donate an employee to the WordPress project. So please go out there and learn about that and discuss with the people there. Right. Okay, so that will be all for this session. We'll be gathering again for the next session. So stretch your legs, take your time, and just, like I said, network, get to know each other. The person next to you, say hi, say hello. But basically, the whole idea is for us to be able to, be friends. Thank you very much. Laura, please. All right. Thank you. Okay, so please. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, and you're welcome to track 3. How is everyone doing this afternoon? How is everyone doing this afternoon? Great. Okay, so my name is Kingsley. Sorry if you're here before. I'm just going to keep repeating that. You will never forget my name after today. So, yeah. My name is Kingsley. I work with Automatic as a happiness engineer, and I'm your MC for this session. We are going to be bringing a very interesting speaker to the stage to talk to us about creating, in simple words, making money. So, Roger is going to be talking to us about creating monthly recurring revenue for WordPress agency owners, and I'm sure, even if you're not an agency and you're a regular freelancer, you could also learn from this and how to, get a steady stream of income, which is what we all want at the end of the day, right? So great. So he's going to be looking at, the past, the present, and the future. So showing us different ways because he has seen it all, basically. He has run a successful WordPress agency, and now he's the chief commercial officer for a cloud platform. So that should tell you that he comes with a lot of experience as well. So, and then he got into the whole WordPress design through web design, but now he has moved on to presenting WordPress as a software as a service, and he's going to be showing us live on the different steps we should take and how that is going to come, how you can start and actually launch something live, right? So with a round of applause, please, join me to welcome Roger. Roger is from Netherlands, by the way, and please, a round of applause while he comes on stage to teach us more about that. Thank you.
So now here on stage, you see a Dutch guy explaining you how to make money. So true Dutch fashion, it is exactly what we're known about. I see some people coming in. I'm very happy that you're joining me here today. I know you could have been doing other things, like printing a t-shirt with GoDaddy or expanding your collection of socks, for example. I know I have. So yeah, my name is Roger. I am indeed the CEO of WPCS. And today we're going to be talking about MRR for WordPress agencies. So I'm going to step outside of the light for just a second. And by show of hands, who are the agency owners in the room, please? All right, that's great. Thanks. Thanks for being so honest. You can stay. For the rest of the people, I think it's pretty clear. You can go. It's fine now. I'm trying to create a moment here with my peers. Obviously, not all of you are agency owners, but I think most of us are trying to predict our revenue. I was just having a meeting with a very interesting other agency owner from Portugal, and to be quite honest with you, the reason I wanted to do it is because I wanted to be a digital nomad. I just wanted to know how much money I would have in the next 6 months so that I could go to Thailand or Bali and enjoy my life building websites. And so I want to start this slide by addressing the elephant in the room. I'm obviously not talking about Vikas, by the way. He is not an elephant. He is wise like an elephant, and he eats predominantly leaves. But I'm obviously talking about Shopify. So Shopify, I notice, is something that we are not allowed to mention. And obviously I'm not here to promote Shopify or sell you WordPress. But I do think that there's a lot to learn from Shopify. And we can only do better than Shopify if we can first learn what they do really well. And so, as far as I'm concerned, and the way I look at it, Shopify is what I see as the ultimate website as a service. They give you a website and they pretty much sell you the whole solution, and they provide value up front, which I think is very valuable and something that is sometimes missing in WordPress. It takes a while, even if you're an experienced WordPress developer, to put something in the site and then show it to your customer, and then they are like, wow, this is awesome. And I think the WordPress community can actually do better by adopting a product-based mindset. So like I said, you deliver value up front, you wow them, and then you go from there. And the way that I've personally experienced how you can do that is by creating a website as a service. So website as a service is quite simple. I know sometimes it's a little bit confusing as per the definition, but it really is you give people the total solution in an often standardized but very niche-specific way, in a way that they can onboard themselves, and then you scale that up. And that is something that I've experienced personally as being the best recurring revenue model for agencies. But that didn't go easy or as planned, really. So to give you a bit of context as to where I come from, this is what Amsterdam looks like during the pandemic. And we had been an agency for quite some time. We transitioned from a marketing agency to also include selling websites. And at the same time, we were building a startup for hotels. And also, our agency was serving mostly gyms and restaurants. Yeah. And on the 23rd of March, we were supposed to launch our app, which is my birthday. And on the March 17, the whole country went into lockdown. So within the course of a week, our entire business, the app that we were supposed to launch, and the agency that we were successfully running collapsed. And you can imagine that to be a shock. We weren't even panicked because we were just basically way too shocked. So we had to let go staff. We had to leave behind the app. Somebody asked us today if we did something else with it. We did. We transitioned the app to help people get things nearby, and it really didn't work. But at least we tried. What we noticed looking back is that we were mostly serving or building projects, right? And I love projects. I love the fact that you can really focus on a project for a customer, look at it from all angles, and then just absorb all the work, right? And then build the hours. But now we had a much smaller team, and morale was pretty low, and we had to find a way to pivot out of a crisis. And trying to find a way to do so, some guy trying to give good advice said, "It sounds like you're giving away free nachos to sell more drinks." And it was a bit of a weird statement, but he said it in the context of you're often selling websites for a very low price so that you can then upsell services on the back end. And that is exactly what we were doing. We were very often just giving away websites for free and then upselling marketing services, content, and whatnot on the back end. So now we were back at square one. We needed to find a new way to scale up our agency. Obviously, I still wanted to go to Bali or Thailand, even though it was completely forbidden at the time. And we started looking at MRR generating revenue models. And I'm sure you recognize most of them. So let's talk about the first one, right? Development retainer model. Great model if you're a big agency already. If you have the staff on hand that can immediately service the customer and then build those hours going months forward, build some pipeline, that's great. If you can also target larger agencies, I love that. I actually see somebody in the room right here who's doing that. Jimmy? Yeah, that's it's a great model. Didn't really work for us with a small team, but it was pretty good when we were doing it at the time. Maintenance is something that I cut my teeth in and also cut myself with. It's really fun if you're selling people plugin updates and then something goes horribly wrong. I think we've all seen this year a fair amount of vulnerabilities with plugins, and then you have to spend significant time fixing those. So the small retainer model that you charge on a monthly basis really doesn't cover all the extra effort that you then suddenly have to put in, let alone the weekends spent because you auto-set your plugin updates on Friday, which is always a lot of fun. I love it when hosting companies say, you can automate your updates with us and just set it on Friday, and then you can spend your entire Saturday afternoon not with your friends. Reporting, one of the less scalable models that we thought was a really great idea at the time. Sibren, who's my co-founder in the back here, he loves creating dashboards, and he built a really, really great dashboard. Metrics are his thing. Not so much for our customers, though. They often couldn't really understand what the metrics meant. And so you spend most of your time explaining a standardized dashboard, that perfectly and beautifully draws in all their metrics into reporting, and then you have to explain what conversions mean, or what top of funnel and bottom of funnel really is. time spent on site, how that actually leads to more conversions. And you actually only can really scale that model if you have a sophisticated customer, it seems to me. And then my favorite, for sure, the least scalable model at the time. Obviously, we now are all using AI to generate content, even though we are hesitant to admit it. But yeah, I'm a content maker by trade. I wanted to standardize the content. I thought it was a good idea to just charge a monthly fee and then generate blogs and photos and videos. And then you have scope creep, because they want another video, or they want more photos, or they want different angles, or they want a blog updated every month. It all works, right? It all kind of works. And you can charge a few thousand here and a few hundred there. But at the end of the day, it's really hard to predict whether or not they're going to stay, because you spend most of your time on the phone discussing or arguing with angry customers about what the reporting means, or whether or not the hours in your development retainer really are amounting up to what you promised. So we needed to shift. We needed to shift that project-based focused to a product-based model. And on the photo right here, you see another one of my co-founders in the crowd, Wijnand. And I'm challenging you to pronounce that name if you're not Dutch. And he calls me up about 2 weeks into the pandemic, and he says to me, we're probably going to be selling more websites, right? And I say, yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to, because we're all stuck at home. And he says, yeah, I think I'm going to build a platform that will allow me to spin up sites automatically and then let customers, or users rather, onboard themselves. And then we can charge a monthly recurring fee. And then as they qualify themselves, because they need more stuff, we can upsell more marketing services. And I was like, that sounds really cool, but it's never been built before. And he says, no, I have no idea, I'm just going to build it. And so the moment I slam down the phone, I pick up the phone again, and I call a friend of mine who has another agency, and I say, hey, look, my other co-founder has just pitched me an idea for this platform. I have really no idea what it means, but we can standardize sites, and it sounds like that's what you're doing as well in a very unscalable way. You want to partake. And before we knew it, we were supposed to launch a tool for ourselves, and it turned into a cloud platform pretty fast. So, over the past 2 years, I've spoken to hundreds of agencies. First, because we didn't have self-activating, you couldn't activate your subscription yourself, so you had to literally go through me. And after, because we were interested in the agencies actually building a website as a service. And what I know from experience and from the conversations that I've had here is that of the few agency owners that are actually in this crowd, pretty much all of them have considered the website as a service model at some point, if only we could make it work. So again, the WAS model is the complete opposite of what most agencies are doing these days. And I want to take an analogy that I borrowed from a friend, Vito from Athens, who is solving a similar problem in a different way. They're standardizing the collaboration and communication with the customer, and we are standardizing the building of the product and scalability itself. But he likened agencies with Michelin star restaurants, right? I'm guilty of that. I tried to turn every project into a multi-course meal. And a multi-course meal is great because it, is more expensive. But it's also very unscalable. I don't know if Michelin star restaurants are your thing, but they are pretty much always empty. And that's not because they are unpopular, it's because they have very few tables. And that's really what it is, right? You have to spend so much time on the actual product itself, and there's so much scope creep, and your customers get so much more demanding because they're paying for it, that it's a very unscalable way of doing it, and most restaurant owners burn out. I personally regret never being able to eat at Noma. I would love to. On the opposite side of that, you have the product-based agency. And I honestly just spoke with an agency owner who has a similar idea of doing it, but he's approaching every project as a product, which means that he's looking at it from how can we create as much value to the user as soon as possible. And I'd like to slightly adapt that. What if we could just build one product one time and then distribute that to as many users as possible and then make it as low touch as possible? So then you can truly offer more salty nachos and sell more drinks on the back end, right? So we started looking at other successful business models outside of WordPress. And so we returned again to Shopify. Again, we didn't want to do Shopify. We wanted to be in WordPress. But we did want to take the scalability of Shopify and then turn ourselves, or rather our users, into Shopify, but using WordPress instead. Pretty soon we found out that 3 guys building a cloud platform is a little understaffed. So we were fortunate enough to get Dexter on board. He's wearing black in this photo. Who's also a very old friend of ours. I've known these guys for 20 years, so I can truly say I have a company with my best friends. And we started building it. Now, there may be some of you in the audience who are thinking, hold on, I know how this works. I can also do this with a WordPress multi-site, right? Because I can just build a product and then spin up new subsites, and I can even automate that with some tools. And that, yeah, sure, that works for a while. Fair enough. But at some point, it is going to have some sort of scalability conflict, right? If you're familiar with WordPress multi-site, you know that all the subsites are in the same WordPress installation. And within the WordPress installation, they share the same database and the same file system. They're also on the same server. So as your file system becomes more complicated and you're basically sharing all the user data in the same database, and your scalability is very difficult because you have one customer who becomes really popular and it basically breaks the scalability of all the other subsites on the same server, that results in security concerns and technical issues, which is not what we wanted. And to be clear, I'm not a hater. I love multi-site. Maybe not for the WAS model then. So instead we did something else. We started looking at Kubernetes, which is the dominant and scalable cloud infrastructure of SaaS companies. And with it, we were able to build a containerized platform. And this containerized platform introduced something called multi-tenancy. And with that, we were able to combine multi-tenancy with WordPress. So now you've got the scalable infrastructure of SaaS companies, but you're using it to scale WordPress instead. So how does that work? So we were able to identify 3 scaling challenges that WordPress has if you're using it for a website as a service. First of all, operational scalability. We want to be able to do exactly what SaaS companies are doing, which means we want to unify the development. Like I said earlier, we were building a single product, and we're distributing that product, and then we want to continuously update and upgrade that product as we go. And for that, we need individual WordPress installations that are still unified in development. So the way we do that is we combine the code, so the plugins, the language files, and the theme files, but we keep the databases separate. That means that after we spin up a site, whatever the customer is doing in the site remains there, but we have control over the code base. That's predictable. That's something that we can organize, and therefore we have security. We have scalability. All right, cool. So we've tackled how we build and maintain our product. So now we want to sell it. We want to sell it fast. How do we do it? We automate it. So we build a storefront, and the storefront connects to an API. With the API, you can sell your sites automatically. Yeah, it's just a WooCommerce store. You're selling products. These products, however, are websites. These websites are loaded with content, with plugins, with themes that you as an agency owner have configured because you know your audience. You know exactly the type of service that you are giving that has been working for you in the past. All you need now is a scalable way to build your agency. So cool, we have an API. We can sell websites automatically. Maybe we use it also to update our CRM. Everything works. Finally, we do not want to mess around with servers. Maybe you, Wijnand, not me. Also, I hardly know what they are. And I'm pretty sure there are plenty of agency owners here, maybe except for Jimmy, who also really have no idea how they work or how they scale. So we're doing a containerized platform that results in serverless scaling so that I don't have to worry about that anymore. Cool. So if you transition from an agency, a project-based agency, to a product-based agency, and you're Dutch like me, so you're focused on recurring revenue, then you suddenly find yourself in the startup space, and you can actually go the VC route. And I was talking to a lot of other agency owners and product companies in the beginning of this week, and one of the things that we can all agree on is that WordPress, historically, has not prioritized business models. After all, We're still selling yearly licenses. And then a company like NitroPack comes along, and they start charging monthly, and everybody gets upset. But we are actually providing the value. We are actually improving the product. Why not be compensated for that? And then we can thrive together. So then the question becomes, are we WASing or are we SaaSing? Sorry. All right, cool. So in our case, we wanted to be neutral in the beginning. We didn't want to join with a particular investor that made it hard for us to partner up with other companies after. So we went for Axel Springer, which is a very big media company in Germany, and another company that you might have heard of. And after a while, Emilia Capital, which is by the founders of Yoast. And we were able to, and by the way, I'm not plugging Yoast, even though they have a booth here at Emilia, and you can actually pitch your startup there, and they'll say yes on the spot. So if you have a startup idea or you want to build a product within WordPress and you're looking for funding, please go over there, and you might find yourself with a new investor. But you can implement SaaS methodology for WordPress and then start building products. And you can SaaSify your WordPress portfolio, or you can build an actual SaaS with WordPress. And that enables predictable recurring revenue, and then we can all go to Thailand. So one of the case studies that I'm personally very proud of, and I also have a booth here at WordCamp Athens, or Europe rather, is Oliver. So what Oliver has done is they've built a POS that is very much integrated with WooCommerce, and based on that, they've built what they call a commerce development kit. So they've built a total solution with a curated library store of plugins that you can use and upsell to your customers, and the WooCommerce store seamlessly integrates with WooCommerce, or rather with the POS, and they've built out so many different products that are completely SaaSified. So they manage the infrastructure, they manage the products, and all you have to do is build the perfect site for your customers, whether that is in retail, or if you're doing it for restaurants, or whatever you need, they got it for you. And it just happens to be hosted on our platform. So what is the big takeaway here? Why do I think that WordPress agencies should adopt a product-based mindset? If we can offer a standardized and accessible product, it doesn't mean that we should do away with projects. Like I said in the beginning, I love projects. I love looking at it from all angles. But if you can sell sites that are standardized and that are completely ready, they're solutions, you can give that to your customers straight away. And you don't have to onboard them, they'll onboard themselves. And then you can create sustainable MRR, because they've got something that they can start using. It's fair priced, much lower than when you're selling a big project. It's almost in the range of maintenance, but a little bit more. And then, as they become more successful, you'll upsell the services that they need based on the data that you're getting from how they're using the product, from the interactions that you get with them. But you start with the value first, which is one of the big problems that WordPress currently has. If you look at the churn that hosting companies have, I mean, we're looking at, what, 30, 40% in the first month? That's because it just takes too long before there's value in your WordPress installation. And as I said earlier, that counts for people still starting out, but also the experienced developer. So then, we find ourselves back in the WordPress community. And this is where all of you get involved. And by the way, it was just said that I was going to launch a live product, and I don't know how many of you are here to see me crash and burn, but I'm not allowed to. So after this presentation, I'm going to go over to the Inside WP booth, and if you want to see me crash and burn there, feel free to do so. So okay, so what do I mean with a product-based mindset for the WordPress community? So what's so cool about WordPress, obviously, and I'm not trying to sell you this because you are already here, is that we have this ecosystem of companies that are doing what they do best. And then agency owners, such as the few people in this room, can actually combine that, can implement that for their customer that they have been serving for so long, that they know how to build value for. And then what you don't have to do all of it, but you can take what you need and then turn it into a product. And so it lends itself as a perfect vehicle for a thriving ecosystem if you can deliver the value up front, if you can stack it with whatever they need to solve the problem right now. And they have less churn, more activation, and you have so much less work because you're just developing one product, right? And we all focus on what we do most, or love most, and do best. And so, therefore, finally, we, the WordPress community, can do better than Shopify by focusing on our customer, which is a niche, right? On this one single audience that we've been serving for so long and that we love so much, instead of building this very big thing or doing this one single big project, but doing this one big product and serving a lot of people at the same time. So, in light of that collaboration, I want to finish this presentation with a bit of an overview of a way that you could do that. So I've mentioned Vikas before, our wise elephant in the room, or maybe not in this room, hopefully. And what they do is they launch short-lived websites, right? Which lend itself really well if you want to launch a demo. Right now, they're launching an integration with our platform that allows you to turn InstaWP into a storefront. So you build a site with InstaWP, you save it as a template, you create a storefront on their platform, and you spin it up on a platform such as WPCS. And then you can manage and maintain all your sites as one. Again, I'm not allowed to show you that live, but I think I've made my point. And I hope that recurring revenue could be something that is within our grasp if we take the right approach, which I hope you'll agree with me is product-based. That's it.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Roger. Now we have 15 minutes thereabouts for Roger to answer your questions. If you have any questions, can I see your hands, please? One. Okay.
Hi. Really interesting project. The mandatory question, what about GDPR?
Yeah, what about GDPR?
Like for all different websites, you have like different builds. Like usually, or maybe it's solved through like your method, but usually like with each project, there's different requirements to put everything together, data privacy, imprint, and all of that. And like, what's your solution for that to cater to the different needs?
Yeah, thanks. What's your name, by the way?
Ollie or Oliver.
Right, cool. Oliver. Ollie. All right, so let me answer this question by talking about our platform as little as possible, right? Which is kind of the beef that I have with multi-site. Because what you're saying is, what if we accidentally, or maybe a little bit on purpose, share user data, right? Which is definitely not what we want. So let's just say you're building websites, or you're building a product, and you can automatically provision those. So you have the foundations of a website as a service. Well, one of the things that we definitely need to get in order is that those sites need to be separate. So, well, fortunately, we have built, I wasn't going to mention our platform, but we've built a way to actually spin up individual sites. So they scale independently, but they're also shared. They're not shared, they're individual, they're isolated. But yeah, like you say, you want to do that in a data center in the region where you're serving it, instead of in some shady country where you don't know what they're doing with your... Are you from Germany, by the way?
Yeah,
Great country for GDPR. You should all host your sites in Germany. You're not allowed to do anything. Yeah, no, it's great. And then second of all, you need to have individual sites so that they don't interfere with each other. But yeah, no, it's a great question. It's very important.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, next person, please.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for sharing. It's really interesting. So what you're saying is, like, as they first come on, they onboard themselves. Like, I'm guessing it's going to be a simple type of site, like a basic type of brochure type of site. How do you handle it when they either outgrow that? Like, do they just come straight off the platform, or is there kind of like a middle bit where you can, maybe they can add some snippets into it? Obviously, you control the trunk, but is there, like, how does that look? How does that feel like how you grow?
Yeah, got it. No, keep the mic for now. Are you an agency owner?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So I'll look at it from your perspective, right? So you've got your, maybe you don't, but let's just assume you've got your framework for building websites. And so in this particular case, we're automating and we're standardizing that framework. So what I'm saying in this particular model is you're using it as your most accessible product offering. So you have a product that you can deliver to your customers straight away, they onboard themselves, and you're standardizing that. So you're unifying the development and the maintenance, and at some point, that portfolio might have a few outliers. So it could be that they are so popular that they're basically just, they require so much effort from your side, or they just demand so many different resources. And at some point, they develop themselves into a project. So the idea is not to just forgo any form of project, but to use it as a platform from which your customers turn into projects and then become more dedicated, more bespoke. So yeah, to basically summarize your question, yes, you would offer them a product that is easily onboarded to, easy enough to get started with, sometimes by themselves, sometimes with a little bit of hand-holding, and then at some point they might turn into your, your bigger customer, as it were. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks. What's your name, by the way?
Josh.
Josh. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions, please? Okay. Please, the mic, please.
You can shout.
So you compared this with Shopify, for example.
Yes.
Where do you see the parallels in terms of the pros that Shopify do really, really well to be able to make this, sustainable as a business? And where does Shopify fall down compared to the model that you're trying to incorporate? And do you see it as, lots of agency owners trying to do mini versions of this, or do you see it eventually one giant platform that everyone kind of goes on and does this as a big whole?
You're asking me to compare WordPress with Shopify, and now, I'm supposed to sell you WordPress at WordCamp. So let me maybe phrase it a little bit differently, or put it in a different angle. I think what we can learn from Shopify is that it's an all-encompassing solution, right? So one of the things that I really admire, or rather respect about Shopify, is you get one bill. So I was talking to Joost from Joost yesterday, and they have a Shopify app, and it doesn't show up on your bill. You just get one bill from Shopify, so you'll pay it for sure, because otherwise your site goes down, and it's an e-commerce site, so you're not going to not pay it. So that's great. It's a solution. It's all encompassing. I'm not saying that there should. Well, I'm not saying, just to make that a little bit more complicated, that we should have an app store with some form of control or oversight from some form of entity that kind of just goes against the open source nature and the distributed, way that we do things. But what I am saying is that we can work together more by adopting that mindset. And then this WordCamp becomes more about, hey, how can we partner up and build a product for the end user, and not so much about abiding by some form of rules. Thanks.
All right. Please, someone at the back, please.
There.
Hi there, my name is Henning. A really good presentation, thank you so much. One question that I didn't quite catch. You have a product for onboarding lots of new clients on a daily basis, I'm assuming. How do you handle when those become projects? Are they still on the same platform, or do you kind of move them to a new environment where you can do more customization and kind of adapt to their needs?
Right, cool, thanks. Yeah, that's one of my favorite questions, because it's the question about vendor lock-in, right?
Yeah, not only, but kind of the flexibility that you need to add to the clients that have particular needs.
Yeah. So I don't think there's a company that can be the end-all, be-all of anything. And so the way that we've approached it is, I hope, in true WordPress manner, by touching WordPress core as less as possible. Actually, we don't touch WordPress core at all. So in our case, if you take out a site, it's just a site. You can use it anywhere else. And so the way that we see it is we offer a way to productize WordPress, but at some point in time, if your customer is successful, they'll leave, our platform at least. Okay. It always should remain your customer if you're doing a good job.
Okay, so your target audience is agencies primarily, or kind of resellers?
Well, if our audience was primarily agencies, then some of these people in the room wouldn't have much use for me. But fortunately, no. A lot of plugin companies are using our platform to turn their business into a SaaS. So for example, if you have plugins like an LMS or a WooCommerce store, or you make marketplaces, this is perfect because you can just SaaSify it straight away. If that's you, by the way, let's talk after. I'm happy to show that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
Right. Any more questions, please?
Good, because I'm parched.
Yeah, we still have some time. So one quick question for you. What are the typical, most common use cases you see for WordPress as a service?
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a bit obvious because I've mentioned Shopify so much, but it's mostly WooCommerce optimized websites. So say, for example, you want to build a Shopify alternative. We have many customers who have started to lose customers to Shopify. And so what they do instead is they build a Shopify alternative, but using WooCommerce instead, or something else like NorthCommerce, for example. I mean, it's important to have some form of balance in the ecosystem. And they optimize it completely, so that's just ready to go. And that's something that they offer. That's the #1 use case I see. The second one, obviously, is portfolio sites, because it's usually the most accessible thing that people need. It's the first thing you think about. But the thing I like a lot lately is LMS, so learning management tools. Especially during the pandemic, everybody suddenly became a coach and a mentor and a consultant. So obviously we have a lot of wisdom to impart on our fellow neighbor. So yeah, no, if you wanted to build a SaaS that makes it easy to sell that said wisdom, that's something that we often see as well. Mm-hmm.
Oh, great. So you would say that there are other niches that are not explored yet, that people can still build solutions for?
For sure. So when we built the platform, we knew for sure that there were going to be use cases that we hadn't even thought of before. So for example, a ready-to-go podcasting service. I'd never expected that. Many people were suddenly in the link in bio industry. Or we have people building sites for what they call again, dark kitchens. You can say we have sites for municipalities that do something with ticketing. I don't know, I don't get into all of it. But yeah, no, it's very wide. It's very, very broad. Anything you want to do, or you can productize. If you have a particular customer or a cousin that you know really well, and you think I can build a site for him, I might as well build a site for all of my cousins, then you can definitely productize that as well.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you we are grateful for having you here with us. And a round of applause for him, please. I want to hear a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. All right. This is the end of this session, and the next session will be continuing shortly in about 15 minutes. Please just go over there so they take the mic off, and then you can come back for your gift, please. on track 3. Okay, and okay, great. Welcome to the final session today for track 3, and today we'll be talking about taxes, basically. If I count the number of times I've had, users reaching out to me and asking about why do I have to pay more than what the bill is? Why do I have to pay this? Why do I have to pay that? Now today we have someone who would actually be, clarifying that for us and explaining how you yourself can be compliant and still, explain those to your confused customers why they have to pay additional taxes here and there on your website as well. Today we have Ivo. Ivo will be joining us from Spain. He's joining us from Spain, and he's going to be talking about how not to let indirect taxes stop you from selling online. So whatever the barrier is and that is stopping you from making money online on your website and your business, he's going to be talking about that, a lot about that. Now, he works for a company that does tax compliance for really major companies, and today he's bringing his expertise, to reach out to all of us here in WordPress, in the WordPress community, for those people who might not have the opportunity to be able to consult him one-on-one because of course, like I said, he works with the top-tier companies up there. So today you have the opportunity of listening to a tax expert, and it's going to talking about a whole lot and how you can go about these things. Now, in his talk, we're talking about tax compliance specifically on selling online. So, and then how you can work with it on your WordPress site to ensure that you are compliant and you are not breaking any rules or any laws, depending on your respective government. So with a round of applause, please join me to welcome Ivo, and as he comes online to take on the stage.
Hello everybody, thank you for the introduction. So I'm here today to speak about indirect taxes and how you can use WooCommerce to comply with indirect tax laws. First of all, what are indirect taxes? Well, it's just a fancy name of describing the taxes, some of which are behind me here. I'm sure you know a few of them. In the US, you have sales tax. In Canada and Australia, you have GST. In Germany, Mehrwertsteuer. In the Netherlands, you have BTW. And almost all countries in the world have these. And they're called indirect taxes because as opposed to direct taxes that are directly collected by the government, you as a business owner get a great joyful job of collecting those on behalf of the government. And that can be a bit of a hassle. So I will explain exactly how you can do that. I will cover how they are calculated, how you can configure WooCommerce to correctly calculate your taxes, what the limitations are, because no tool is perfect and WooCommerce is no exception. And then finally, I'll talk a bit about conversion rates, because that's a question that frequently comes up as it is connected to tax calculation. So I work, as was said in the introduction, as the head of sales at the sales tax automation tool, and don't worry, I won't be pitching any of our products, but we do get a lot of inquiries from people who start selling online or have a modest business and need help with their taxes. And in most cases, they don't need a tax automation tool. They just need some basic consulting, which is logical because taxes are boring, let's face it. And most business people don't start a business because they want to deal with taxes. Moreover, there's a lot of FUD, standing for fear, uncertainty, and doubt in the industry, created by sales consultants or tax consultants who are incentivized to do that because it will attract more customers and they can bill more hours by making it look more complex. They can justify sending larger invoices. So the result is that a lot of people don't really know how to deal with taxes. And we see three archetypical ways of people who contact us, who deal with taxes in an unhelpful way. And the first strategy we often see is this one. The ostrich strategy. Right? People who say, okay, this is complex. What I'll do is I'll just ignore this whole tax thing altogether, stick my head in the sand, and hope it will just disappear. but unfortunately it doesn't. And often they are close to having an anxiety attack every time they get regular communication from their local tax office. And it's taking a lot of their brain space and mental space, and that's completely not necessary. The next archetype is the polar opposite of this one, analysis paralysis. People who want to know everything there is to know about taxes before they even make a sale or launch their business. Founders who launch their business in Europe and want to know exactly how their products will be taxed in different states of the US, how the thresholds are in the different states, how to register once they hit such a threshold. And yeah, that's taking up a lot of their time, which would be better spent focusing on their product or doing marketing or sales. And then finally, geofencing. People who are worried about how to comply in certain regions and then just geofence their solution, making it unavailable for purchase for people from certain locations. And that's a lot of lost market potential. Also, not necessary. I vividly remember the conversation I had with an influencer one day who was about to launch his online product. He was based in Europe, and he had a lot of followers in India, and he was really worried about what would happen. He was convinced, I will launch this, it will blow up, I will have tons of sales in India, and then I will have a problem. So he was close to a panic attack, had already researched extradition treaties between India and the country where he lived, and this is also completely unnecessary, because you can comply with taxes in 4 simple steps. Not easy always to implement, but 4 simple steps. First of all, you have to know where you are obliged to register. Right? In most locations, there's a threshold, meaning that if you sell for a certain amount, only then you have to register for taxes. In other countries, such as Spain, it's from the get-go. So, for example, in the UK, it's £85,000. If you'd be based in Spain, you would have to start or register before you start selling. And the way to find this out is by visiting your local tax office. People are often hesitant to do this because they're afraid their head will get bitten off or something. In general, they're kind people, and they also have information on websites. Otherwise, you can consult with your local chamber of commerce, and there you should also be able to find this information. Registration itself, if you have the obligation to do so, is usually quite easy. You fill out a form, and then you get a tax ID. And with this tax ID, you can start collecting taxes. It's very important never to start collecting taxes before you have registered in the tax jurisdiction in question, because that would be illegal. And then finally, the 4th step, you'd have to file all the taxes you have collected. So the tax calculation in itself is the most complex part, because the tax you have to calculate depends on where you are based, where your buyer is based, the type of product you sell, the amount you've sold, whether your customer is a business or a consumer, so whether it's a B2B or a B2C transaction. And there are as many cases as we probably have companies in this audience, so it's recommended to always consult with a tax advisor before implementing any of these configurations I suggest, because you might get in trouble, right, if you configure things the right way. Best case scenario, you get some paperwork. Worst case scenario, you get paperwork and a huge fine. So always confirm it. And what I will do is I'll cover the US and Europe, because I think that will be most representative for people here today. And it's a bit dry, tax calculation, and we're approaching the end of the day, so I hope you'll bear with me. So the first scenario I will cover is how to calculate taxes if you have a business in Spain, in Europe, and you sell in Europe. So imagine I start a web shop in Spain, and I start selling t-shirts. So from the get-go, what I would start collecting and calculating on all transactions would be my local Spanish tax rate. So if I would sell a t-shirt to somebody based in Spain, I would calculate the Spanish tax rate. If the person would be based in Germany, I would also calculate the Spanish tax rate. But there is a threshold you should be aware of 10,000 euros for sales within the European Union. So if you sell for more than 10,000 euros outside of your home country, So in this case, it would be outside of Spain, so say to Germany, the Netherlands, etc. Once I hit that, I would have to register for a system called OSS. And this is probably the only time today you'll see it where it doesn't mean open source. It means one-stop shop. And once you're registered for the one-stop shop, you would collect the tax rate of your buyer's country. So from that point onward, if I would sell a t-shirt to a German consumer, I would calculate the German tax rate. If my buyer would be in Greece, I would calculate the Greek tax. And of course, for Spain, it would remain the Spanish tax rate. And it's also important to differentiate between B2B and B2C transactions, because indirect taxes are a consumer tax, so businesses are exempted. So when I make a sale to a business that is in Europe but outside of the country where I'm registered, what I would have to do is validate that they are indeed a business against a system called VIS, and if it is the case, not calculate any taxes. So I might also have sales outside of Spain, internationally. If I would sell my t-shirts around the world, they would be exempt. So outside of Europe, around the world, they would be exempt from indirect taxes. But I might have to pay export or import taxes or what have you. If I would sell services, B2B services are exempt as well. B2C services, you have to charge your local tax rate for those. And it's very important to know for sure whether your product is B2B or B2C. Because if I would sell, for example, right, CEO packages, it's quite clearly a B2B product because no child is going to ask for a CEO package for their birthday. But imagine I would sell, for example, tennis consulting, where I would consult people on how to improve their tennis strokes, and I would not collect any taxes, and the tax office would ask any questions, and then I would say, well, it's a B2B product. They would probably argue that given my tennis skills, it's highly unlikely that any professional players would purchase my product, so it would be a B2C product, meaning that I would be on the hook for any taxes I would not have collected. And then finally, for digital products, there are thresholds. So digital products are things such as downloads, SaaS products, membership sites, and there are thresholds around the world for that, because countries, right, if you think of a country as a company, they want to maximize their revenue as well. So they start taxing sales on consumers in their country from companies that are not based there. This is why they're launching digital tax laws. And most countries around the world have thresholds you should be aware of, such as Switzerland, South Korea, Australia. And once you hit the threshold, you should officially also register in that country and start collecting those taxes. Now, if you're based in the US, it's usually a single rate for most states. Some states have no sales tax, such as Delaware. Others have a single rate. Other states are a bit more of a nightmare, because in the US there are more than 12,000 different tax jurisdictions. There are swimming pools that are in their own tax jurisdiction, so you could be in for a treat depending on the state where you're in, and it could be a bit more complex. Usually, single rate. Some cases, however, you have to configure many different rates. And then if you're selling to other states, there's this thing called nexus. There are two types of nexus: economic nexus, physical nexus. Economic nexus came about a few years ago because there was a US Supreme Court ruling that made it possible for states to start taxing transactions on people who are based in the states from sellers who are not based there, again, to maximize revenue, right, for the state. And most states have since then launched different nexus laws, meaning that if you sell for a certain amount to different states, you have to register there and start collecting and calculating those taxes going forward. Typically, it starts at about $100,000. For example, in New York, it's $500,000. So once you hit the threshold, you have to register there as well. Apart from economic nexus, you can also get physical nexus. If you have employees or a warehouse in a different state, it might also mean you have to register there and start collecting those taxes. Now, if you're based in the US and you sell internationally, if you're selling to the EU, if you sell digital taxes, you can register for the OSS for the one-stop shop system, meaning that there's also a 10K threshold, and from that point onwards, you need to register for the one-stop shop and start calculating the tax rate of your buyer's country. So if I would sell downloadable products from the US, once I would hit the 10K, I would register for the one-stop shop, probably in Ireland. I always recommend doing it in Ireland because everything is in English and it's digital, but you can register in any European country that you like. And once you're registered, you start calculating the tax rate of your buyer's country. So if your buyer is in Greece, the Greek tax rate. If your buyer is in the Netherlands, the Dutch tax rate, and so on. For physical goods, there's the import one-stop shop with a value of 150 euros. Registration is optional, but highly recommended. If you're registered, you can already calculate and collect taxes on sales on goods that are valued less than 150 euros. If you do not do that, customers would have to pay this VAT at the time they collect their package. So they would have to pay the courier or go to their local postal office and pay before they can get access to their package, which does not make for the best user experience and will probably lead to some returns as well. For goods over 150, that's not an option. And if you sell to the rest of the world, it depends, right? Every country is different, so you would have to investigate on a case-by-case basis. Now, how can you configure all of this in WooCommerce? First of all, you have to enable the tax calculation. People sometimes say, well, I don't have these tax options in WooCommerce. You do. Make sure you check the box so you can start configuring taxes. And then you have a whole range of options. The first choice you have to make is if you want to input your taxes inclusive or exclusive of taxes. I always recommend doing it exclusive of taxes, because if you do it tax inclusive and the rates change, you have to update all your pricing, which is a bit of a hassle. Then you'd probably decide to calculate taxes based on your customer's address, because as we've seen in the cases discussed previously, that's usually what should be done. Shipping tax, also usually standard in most locations. In some cases it's exempt, so you might want to check this as well with your tax advisor. Then you have an option to create additional tax classes, which can be interesting if you sell products that do not have a standard tax rate, because usually products that are considered bad for your health, such as alcoholic beverages, or basic necessities, such as bread, are taxed at a higher or lower rate, right, depending on whether or not they're dangerous or a basic necessity. So here you can create those tax classes so you can later associate products with them and charge lower taxes. Then you have to choose whether you want to display your prices inclusive or exclusive of taxes. I would recommend doing it inclusive of taxes, especially if you're in Europe. In some places it's illegal to do it exclusive of taxes, because it would mean that customers see a different price at the time of the checkout than what is advertised on your website. So in some cases it's illegal. If it's not illegal, right, the Europeans expect to pay the price they see advertised. If they come to the checkout and see taxes are added, it would be a conversion killer. And then tax totals do that itemized because it gives the clearest overview. The next step is configuring the tax rates. You have to do that manually, or you can also find a CSV online. There are many different websites that publish CSVs with tax rates. As you might know, not everything you find on the internet is true. So be careful when you upload a CSV file you found somewhere. And also rates change. So you should stay on top of it. For example, Germany temporarily lowered their VAT rate after the corona pandemic to stimulate the economic recovery. So you have to stay on top, make sure to update your rates when they change. And then finally, you have the option here to associate the products with the different tax classes as I mentioned. Then it comes time to filing. For every transaction, what you should do is generate a tax receipt or an invoice, which is basically the same thing, because this is the basic underlying document you need, and the first thing a tax auditor will ask for when you're submitted to a tax inspection. And invoices have to meet a certain set of criteria. They have to clearly indicate who you are as the seller, who your buyer is, the date of the sale, an itemized overview of the product sold with a description of each, the value, tax rate applied, and a sequential number, because that's they need to be in a sequential series, all your invoices, because that's one of the first things they will look at to detect fraud. And if you think you're in the wrong place and you're not really that interested in taxes, here's one takeaway you can use anyway from this presentation. If you ever find yourself in an airplane and you just want to relax and the person next to you doesn't stop talking, when the inevitable question comes up, what do you do for a living? There's no better conversation killer than saying, I'm a tax inspector. All right. You also need to collect location evidence, because if I would sell my t-shirts from a Spanish web shop and 80% of my sales would be outside of Europe and I would not have collected any taxes, during an inspection they would ask questions, right? Because they want to maximize their revenue, and they would say, hey, you've not collected taxes on so many sales. I would have to, it's not a problem necessarily, but I would need to be able to justify that. And the way to justify that is by showing the billing address of the customer. So I would need to have the billing addresses. For digital products, you typically don't have a shipping address, and you can collect 3 data points. If 2 out of those 3 coincide, you've established the buyer's location in a legally valid way. So the 3 data points that you can collect are the billing country of the customer, the BIC, which is the location of the bank that issued the credit card, and the IP address. For B2B transactions, you also need to validate those. And in Europe, you can do that against a system called VIS, which has been made available by the European Union. You can input the customer's tax ID there. It will then tell you whether or not it's valid. It will also give back a check code. That's very important. You store that, because a company can be in business today and the tax ID can be valid today, but not tomorrow. So you should store that. And then if it's indeed a valid tax ID, no taxes are applied. When it comes to actually doing the filing, so remitting the taxes you have collected to the government, if you're in Europe, you have the OSS, the one-stop shop, which makes it very easy, because you can collect, you can file your taxes in the country where you're registered for the entire EU. So if you're registered in Ireland and you collected taxes on sales to Germany, Greece, and Spain, you just pay the Irish tax office, and they take care of the redistribution for you. If you're in the US, it can be a bit more complex. It depends a bit on the state. I mean, if you're registered in many different states, it's a bit more cumbersome, because you have to fill out a lot of tax forms. You have to fill out a different one for each state. And some states also want a detailed breakdown, because they have many different layers of taxes, such as Colorado, where you have the state tax, local tax, city tax, special taxes, etc. So filling out those forms can be a lot of work. Around the world, it's generally easy, right? It makes a lot of sense for governments to make it easy, because you want people to comply, and the way to do that is not to make it cumbersome. But your mileage may vary. In some countries, it's still very difficult to register and file. Then what are the limitations of WooCommerce? If you use WooCommerce to calculate your taxes, you have to make sure you keep your tax rates up to date. As I already mentioned, there is an add-on that WooCommerce has made available you can use for that as well. I haven't used it, so I don't know, but I assume it's quite good, concerning that everything they put out is quite good. If you sell from multiple locations, that's not possible to configure. So if you have stores in different locations, that's not something you can use WooCommerce for. There are the thresholds that I mentioned you have to monitor, and that's also not available out of the box with WooCommerce. And then finally, the location evidence and the tax IDs is also something that you would have to use other plugins for. Now finally, a bit about conversion rates, because a lot of people are worried that when they start calculating their taxes on their checkout page, their conversion rates will drop to the floor. The evidence I have is anecdotal, but I've seen many, many businesses who are afraid of this happening, and it's almost never the case. Usually there's no decrease, or the decrease is almost, right, statistically insignificant. If you sell physical products, you have to start, you need the billing address, but you already have the shipping address of the customer. So it's not something that will complicate the checkout. Digital products, you have the location evidence you can collect. So it's also not that cumbersome. The only thing you should be aware of is the tax inclusive versus tax exclusive. Because if you sell in Europe and you start adding taxes on the price of the checkout, it could be, or it would be a conversion killer for sure. In the US, people are quite used to it. So that brings an end to this presentation. It may sound a bit overwhelming after all the information I mentioned. I suggest, if you feel overloaded, start with your business, where you're based, what you have to do to comply, and forget about all the rest. And now we have plenty of time to answer all your questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ivo. That was really, really interesting. I learned a lot. I have one question. I'm coming. I'll get back to that. But first, the audience. Anyone have any questions about taxes? Okay. The mic, please.
Hi, Ivo. Thank you. We are neighbors. I'm from Portugal. You're from Spain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question about when selling in the EU physical goods regarding the location of the tax. So you mentioned the billing address, but I've been heard from tax advisors the shipping address. So for instance, if I have a shop in Portugal and I have someone buying from me from Spain, but they want me to deliver in France, where are the tax collected?
Yeah, you take into account both the shipping and the billing address. So you calculate it based on where your business is based. And for that, you typically take the shipping address, so where you ship from. And the customer is the billing address. So your shipping address, so where you ship from, and where you bill the customer to where you to where they are billed. Yeah, the billing address.
All right, thank you. Another question, please. Mike?
Thank you as well. About the location verification, if I'm selling digital products, so the people give me an address, pay by prepaid credit cards, and I have to trust them. Do I have to have technical measures to verify a location?
Yeah, so officially you need 2 coinciding data points to establish the location in a legally valid way. PayPal already gives you the billing address, so you will have that. I would recommend also collecting the IP address, and then if those 2 coincide, you have established the location in a legally valid way. If it's not the case and you have the doubt, you can always connect with the customer and ask them to make sure you apply the right tax rate.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so I guess that's all from the audience. I have one question, though, maybe 2, but the first one. Now, assuming there are 2 things that are inevitable, say rain and tax, basically, right? So let's say someone is not really aware, about the whole tax scenario and stuff, and then doesn't file it properly or doesn't collect the right taxes, from the previous sales and all that. What are the implications for that business and for that individual?
Well, if you don't collect the right tax rate and you have not collected them right historically, you can get in trouble if you get a tax audit. So the government knows you're registered, right? You're registered as a business, you've made these sales. So they will ask for a list of all your transactions. And if they find out you have not collected your taxes, you could get a fine.
Oh, okay. Great. Just wanted to know about that.
But it's good. You were asking for a friend, right?
So the next question, it says, is it really necessary to register for tax collection if you hit the threshold in a foreign country? So if I'm in a different country, but I sell to maybe an external country and then I hit the threshold there, is it still necessary?
Yeah, so if you sell, for example, digital products and you sell them around the world, some countries have a zero rate threshold, meaning that if you sell one 10 euro ebook, you should already register officially and start filing your taxes there. No tax advisor will tell you this, but I'm not a tax advisor, so I can say it. I recommend being pragmatic about it. It's like if you walk to the center of the city, you walk home, 3 o'clock in the morning, there's no traffic whatsoever, nobody on the street. You come across a red pedestrian light, a red traffic light. What do, right? If you're like me, you look left, you look right, you look left. No, nobody's coming. So you cross. But that does not mean it's legal. Because the law does not say, right, you cannot cross a red traffic light unless at 3 o'clock in the morning you're walking by yourself, there's no traffic coming, etc. So if a police officer sees you, you can get a ticket. And I think it would even be right to get a ticket, because if a police officer sees you, it means you did not look carefully before you crossed, or you did see the police officer and decided to cross anyway, which would be a bit disrespectful. So, but same for taxes. I would be pragmatic. I mean, if you have to pay 1,000 a year and need a local fiscal representative to file 100 euros in taxes, it does not make a lot of sense, but it also does not mean you cannot get in trouble. But if you do get in trouble, I think as an entrepreneur, you have a really big PR opportunity there as well to exploit.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have another question. Just a minute, okay?
Thank you for all the information. I just wanted to double check, this 10K threshold in EU also applies for services? For example, I have a service provided from Greece in whole Europe, and I reached the 10K from clients from Luxembourg, like, let's say, or anywhere. Do I need to register?
Yes, but typically services are B2B, so I assume you're...
It's B2C.
B2C, yeah. So normally you need to...
Okay, thank you.
And just to make sure, because I think she has, if you reach the 10K, for example, in Luxembourg, correct me if I'm wrong, but it used to be per country, but now the 10K are for all over Europe, right?
Yeah.
So you do not need to reach 10K in Luxembourg. You need to reach 10K in Europe, period. So it's really fast.
Yeah, outside of your home country.
Yes, outside of your own country.
Yeah,
the
so
better way to say it.
if you sell in Greece and you sell for...
If you sell 2,000 to Spain, 2,000, 5,000 to Luxembourg, yeah, you gotta go register.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Any other question? Okay, I guess that is it, and we've come to the end of this talk, and I want to say a big thank you to Ivo for coming and giving us this enlightenment and helping us understand better about taxes. Like I said, two important things: rain and tax. You cannot avoid them. So a round of applause for our speaker, please.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So Ivo, just head over to the tech guys, and then we can take the photographs. Okay, so this is the end of day one. Please note that we are meeting tomorrow. There's going to be talks, panels, and WordPress Connect sessions as well. If you are doing yoga, remember it starts by 8:20, and if you are part of the hiking group, it starts by 6:20 p.m. Definitely. Then remember, we have launch points at every different corners. We have different areas you can get hydrated if you're tired or something like that. You could see different points and just help yourself. And I'll say again, please network as much as possible and reach out. Thank you, everyone, and God bless.
you